thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Ding dong, trick or treat. I was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart now fell running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No, I'm not trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking Jesse like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Alright.
He's an angel, like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a e-boy. We go my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy. I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee. Maybe I'll find you, yeah, we were meant to be. With the ring pop, I'll get down on one knee. Marry me.
Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, I'ma be your chocolatier. Oompa Loompa, Doopa-Dee-Doo, you're the one I need, so have no fear. Gotta claim my, be my Valentine, the one of my dreams. Let me kiss you like horses. I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. And every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking about you. Thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. You bet I'm thinking about you. Your love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Oh, hello, chat. Happy, what day is it? Tuesday. Oh my goodness. There you go. Happy Tuesday, everybody. How are you doing? So chat, before, oh, hold on. Before, give it a second. Wait. Oh, hold on. 1 second, chat. There we go. There we go. Okay, before we hop on the Realm chat. Sorry, my OBS is messed up. Thank you, Fairy Fox. Thank you. I'll thank all the memers later, just for the record. Hold on. Let's do that. Wait, where is it? There we go. Okay, there you go. Before, yes, I have a stick. I am mining sand. Okay, before we hop on the Realm chat and do our daily cleaning of the cathedral, I want to take a moment to chat about something. You guys know that I'm definitely like conflict avoidance type person. It's something that I as a person am working on because like anyway, we don't need to go into that. But that's how I am. Yeah, I know. And just in case you weren't aware, that's the type of person I am. So I'm gonna go and just talk about the Among Us lobby yesterday. So just bear with me. So here we go. But I just wanted to talk about the Among Us stream yesterday a little bit. And I want to touch on something really quick. I saw the hurt you guys were expressing surrounding who was invited to the lobby. And I just want to apologize for... hold on, let me turn this on. There you go. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Thank you, chat. Forgive me. Captions I can't fix. I don't know why they're broken. But where was I? Give it a second. There we go. Sorry, chat. Where was I? But anyway, in regards to the Among Us stream chat, I just want to touch on that a little bit. Okay. I saw the hurt that you guys were expressing around who was invited to the lobby. And I just wanted to be I want to apologize to you guys for being a part of a lobby that my community and other creators were not comfortable with. Sorry, 1 second. That I and other, I just get it. There we go. That I and, forgive me, chat. I'm like, I wrote down notes, but because I'm bad at ad-libbing. I want to apologize for just being a part of a lobby that my community and other creators were not comfortable with. I and other participants, including those who assisted in the lobby's creation, were not aware of the circumstances surrounding one of the members to the extent that people believe. I've seen people mentioning Lilith in particular. And being targeted. Sorry, I've seen Lilith in particular being targeted, but I just want to say that the lobby and the creators was not her idea, and she was not aware of the situation at all either, so please do not direct hate to Lilith in any way. After the stream, I took the time out. I took the time to reach out to others and look into matters and that I was just then hearing about. And after doing my due diligence, I'm going to be a lot more careful with the lobbies I participate in or I put together. I 100% understand why people are upset about what occurred yesterday. And I'm going to rectify this in the future by seeking out more guidance from people from outside perspectives when participating in or creating lobbies. Short and sweet, chat. I screwed up. And that's literally 100% on me. And I'm sorry. I'm genuinely really sorry. I apologize to you guys. The last thing I want to do is make you guys uncomfortable. And I dropped the ball. There's no other way to put it. I screwed up and I am sorry. Yeah, I completely understand why people were upset. And I'm going to try and do better going forward to make sure that my stream is a safe space for you guys. And that's pretty much it. I want the stream to be a place where you guys feel comfortable that you guys can come to. And so I apologize. I'm going to make sure to do better on that in the future. And yeah, I completely understand your upsetness. I'm not asking for any forgiveness. I just want to say I'm sorry and I'm going to do better. So I appreciate you guys just hearing me out. And that's pretty much all I want to say on the topic or talk about it. So yeah, that's probably the last you'll hear me talk about it. So thank you guys. Sorry if it sounded a little, I'm trying not to like just read the notes, you know what I mean? I'm trying to like speak from the heart. So that's my thoughts. So anyway, you don't need to be, don't be sorry for me. I've just given you my feelings and whatnot. So anyway, okay, that's it, chat. Thank you, everybody. We'll just end on that note. Just wanted to cover that because I know a lot of people were wanting me to touch base on that. So thank you guys. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and we are going to hop on the Realm. and call it a meme. But thank you, chat. I will say, chat, I am the type of person who it's hard for me to vocalize things, and I've had bad experiences with conflict, so that's like, I know you guys have noticed that, like, in the past, I've been very, like, conflict averse and not talking or bringing things up on stream. You feel me? Or like bringing things up, but it's something you feel me? Like, it's something I'm trying to become better at, so food for thought. But if you want, but anyway, thank you, chat. I'm just gonna call it a day at that point for boy, have I got news for you. You should come to the lab. Good gosh. But anyway, chat, thank you. But I appreciate it. Hopefully that helps in some regard. It clears things up. Yeah, if you don't know what happened, I guess, okay. Here, 1 second. Let me put on some music. Yeah, Lukey is up to no good, chat. There we go. No, that's fair, Izzy. Oh, okay, there we go. Hold on, let me put these back. I can turn the alert on. I turned the alerts off just so we wouldn't have any interruptions. Thank you, The Stag, for the gifted subs. Thank you, Fairy Fox Ash, for the 30 months. Thank you, Izzy, for the 20 months. And Rachel098 for the 2 years. Thank you, Leafy, for the 46 months. Hello. All right. Also, some of our friends chat had some crazy, interesting lore streams today. Water in particular. Wait a minute. It's gone. What the fudge? What happened? The water's gone. Did the keepers remove it? Hold on 1 second. Any more chicken? Here we go. All right. The water is gone, chat. No shot. Also, I need to message Loki. Tell Loki. Okay, 1 sec. Hold on. What? It's gone! All my sponges are gone. I tried to clean up the water inside the cathedral, chat. And oh my flipping gosh. Last night, I was working on this. Ugh. It was actually ridiculous, chat. It was actually ridiculous. Trying to clean it up was actually ridiculous, chat. I literally am shocked, chat. Oh my gosh. Ah, hold on, chat. 1 second. There you go. Hold on. Got a message. Wait, what? Alright, got a phone call. 1 second. Hold on. Ah. How do I... What the muffin? Come on. Ah, whatever. Look, chat! It's clean! It's clean! I'm so happy! Who did it? Don't tell me. I want to find out who. On my own. If it wasn't a keeper, then that means somebody else cleaned it. And that is something interesting. Who do you think did it, out of curiosity? Put torches again, bad. Water got rid of it. The water got rid of it. We need to figure that out, chat. But food for thought. Interesting. Also, it's raining. Interesting. It was all a mirage. It definitely was not a mirage. I am confused. Hello. Wait, hold on. Hello, friends. Wait, what does that mean? Colbert. Hi, Colbert. Boop, boop, boop. Hold on. Does anyone know, chat, is there a Twitch extension that lets you translate messages? Anyone know? Anyway. The wind. What is a mirage? I don't know. Okay, let's go this way. Onward, chat. Bro, I hate my internet so much. I am sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Ask Tubbo, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go check out Lukey. Tell Lukey on my way to lab. Lukey! Give it a second. Here we go.
Like, oh god, I'll talk with Peggy. But then but Pangy was being like, I don't know, confrontational. I was like, okay, now's not the time to bring up the egg. And then, what was the next point you said? And then Newt, yeah, I was gonna check the fireplace for Newt, but then I was like, oh wait, while Amesy's like here and present online, like I'll prioritize Amesy, because Amesy doesn't usually stay up all night. And then what else? And then telling Bad, and then Bad logged on, and so it makes sense to give him like the inside scoop, you know. Guys, my logic's not flawed. It never ever was.
No, I agree. It's not flawed.
Oh, wait, Bad. Hey.
Hey, what are you doing in my office, Lukey?
Your office.
Didn't you say you made this for me?
Yeah, sure. Go take your seat, King.
Oh, thank you. So, Lukey, how is your day going?
Great. Well, interesting. Have you seen the Cathedral, perchance?
Yes! It's water-free!
Yeah.
I literally spent like 3 hours trying to get rid of it last night and it wasn't working at all.
Yeah, it's okay.
How did you guys do it? Did you do it? I guess is the better question.
The strategy was just going around with tough and then like piling up really high, taking out all the source blocks, because they weren't all source blocks, right? And then I finished off the inside with some sponges. It took a little while, but
go on. So like you did it? Like it was you?
Yeah, mostly me. I mean, Pangy helped a bit. Yeah. Pangy
helped a little bit. Okay, so you did 99% of it, and Pangy did like 1%, or like
no,
can you give me like what's the percentage?
Like I did 99.5%, and
Pangy did like 0.05.
Yeah. I think that's how I remember it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lukey.
Anytime.
Thank you so. No, Lukey, you do not understand. You do not understand. Okay. Did you see the sand that I put on Yellow Castle?
Vaguely, yeah. I saw it very briefly. I didn't.
Do you know how long that would take to remove? Like if we wanted to remove it right now?
Oh, probably like 20 minutes.
It would take like literally 30 seconds to remove, right? Like literally 30 seconds. Well, okay, maybe more like 30 minutes. I mean, sorry, the sand that Amesy put on Yellow Castle.
Yeah.
It would take like 30 minutes to remove, okay?
Yeah.
But the water that was on our castle, or on the cathedral, and the glass, oh my gosh, was such a just crazy retaliation. Like it was such a crazy
Yeah.
retaliation. It was
I only saw the glass briefly, but like
it was so much. Okay. So the fact you don't understand, Lukey, you telling me that you cleared all of that water yourself.
Yeah, 99.7% of it.
99.7. So you basically did it all.
I just remembered more work that I done actually. Yeah, it was a really long day, honestly.
Lukey,
so many hours.
I don't think you know how much this means to me. Okay.
No worries, man.
Lukey, I was struggling. I was suffering. I couldn't figure out how to get it. The source blocks, they kept coming back, Lukey.
They did.
They kept coming back.
Like in random places too.
Yes.
Yeah, I was losing my mind. It took so long, and no, it's okay.
Yes.
Don't worry.
No, you get it.
You know,
you
like I was exhausted by the end of it, but like
you get it.
We got it done. I get it. Lukey, don't worry, bad.
You know what? I will never say anything bad about you ever again.
Oh, that won't last too long.
You are officially no. From this day forward, this showed me that you are literally the GOAT at this point. You know what? Literally, I think the fact that you did this for me and to clean the cathedral, this shows you were the best.
The best?
The literal best. The literal GOAT.
Aww.
You are no longer a day-old donut, okay?
Wait, it only took me lying about everything to get your approval.
You are now a freshly baked croissant.
Wait, no way.
Except you're not French, so I guess you'd be more like a freshly baked bagel. Freshly baked.
Yeah, no, I'll take that. Thanks, Bad.
Freshly baked. You're welcome.
Baked bagel. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bad. Yeah, I mean, God, I should lie to you more often. This feels great.
Wait,
anyway,
lie to me?
Speaking of water.
The water. There was so much of it.
No, not the water. I mean, like.
Yes. No, I know there was so much of it. No, oh my gosh, my head.
Like, yeah, but like speaking of water, you know water. Did you speak with water?
There was a lot of water. I have not talked to water recently, actually.
Well, okay, you ready for the bad news now?
Actually, it's been since I haven't seen water since the day we put the sand. I mean, since we saw Amesy put the sand on Yellow Castle. What? What? Oh, yeah, I haven't been able to put your advice into practice. Just food for thought.
The situation's evolved, Bad.
In what way?
Water was reset today, Bad.
No!
Murdered.
Nuh-uh.
Twice
Ross is at 108.
Consecutively. No, not Ross. Sorry. No, not Ross. Water.
What?
Murdered. And
tell me you're lying right now.
Twice consecutively.
I don't believe you. I just don't believe you.
Wait, hang on. You believed I cleared the cathedral, but not this?
Are you being dead to... You did clear the cathedral.
Yeah, no, Pangy done a lot more than I did. But, I did help. I have all the sponges and stuff.
What do you mean Pangy did a lot more than you did? What are you talking about?
Water is gone.
No, I know the water is gone, but what are you talking about?
No, not the water. Like, the water, Bad. Like, water?
I know the water! I know what you're talking about. The water is gone.
Both waters are gone, Bad.
Where else was there water?
There was lots of water, but now all water in all forms are gone, Bad. It's murdered twice.
Huh?
Consecutively.
Are you saying Water Munch was killed and murdered? Is that what you're saying?
Water Munch was killed and murdered. Yes, Bad. I thought I should be the one to tell
you. Are you serious?
I'm very serious, Bad.
Are you flipping serious?
Yes. It is with regret that I tell you this, but and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but you should know that it was Amesy that struck twice. And speaking with Pangy today, he has every intention on taking revenge on Roz and Yellow for what happened at the Cathedral. And we brewed some strength potions, and he has end crystals prepared. He's not impressed. All of this happened. A storm is brewing bad. And then when Pangy left, and maybe like less than 30 minutes ago, Water was murdered. And then 5 minutes later, killed a second time. And reset.
By who?
By MZ. Maybe Roz was involved too, but I wasn't present, so I'm not sure. Given they're like, you know, paired together and was involved with
Why?
the Cathedral and the castle.
Why would Amesy kill Water?
I don't know. To be honest,
the last time I heard, like, they were on speaking terms. Like,
well,
Amesy was gonna help Water with something.
Okay. I don't know whether they were like pushed by someone else to do it or an argument broke out. I don't know about it. I wasn't present during this conversation. But the fact remains that the resetting has been done.
Was it an accidental kill?
What, twice? No, surely
It could happen.
No, it wasn't. It was... no. Hang on, I have it here still. Bear with. It was with a netherite arrow the second time.
A netherite arrow.
Yeah. And the first time just says slain by Imsy. So, like an accident, sure, but twice consecutively leading to a reset.
It could happen, believe it or not. Like,
really?
We don't know the...
That sounds kind of like
specifics of it. No, because we don't know the specifics of it.
Well, I mean, we could find out, but... I don't know, bud. I don't agree with what happened. As much as Walter had their grievances with me, I didn't want them to die. Especially given
have you spoken
your friendship with Walter.
Have you spoken to Amesy about this at all? Like, have you or Pangy talked to them?
So Pangy spoke to Amesy and Roz, who were together at the time, about the cathedral, and like Pangy expressed his disdain towards what they'd done. And they kind of just victimized themselves. They didn't say, like, they just said, oh, like, this was supposed to be damage to Bad and not you, and like, this is in retaliation for everything you've done to us. And Pangy didn't like that at all, and they kind of just, victimized themselves. And then Amesy, about a separate incident, asked me to speak with Pangy. Me and Amesy are on good terms. But, then Pangy logged off, and I was just chilling down here in the lab, and then I just see in chat once, Walter Munch murdered, and then a second time, Walter Munch murdered. But I suspect Roz and Amesy were together since they were together earlier. Ollie was around, but seemed confused. And Water, of course, I never got the chance to speak to. But blood has been shed now, Bad, is all I'm saying. And that's actually the server's first Nirvana reset. Which I know you helped Water to get to. But...
Oh...
Yo, yeah. You missed the scoop, dude.
I appreciate you filling me in, I guess.
I mean, I thought it better this way than you finding out yourself.
No. Fudge, Lukey. Fudge, Lukey.
I'm sorry.
You know what happens to people when they die and they come back? People keep losing like parts of themselves.
I'm aware of the risks, yes.
And so is Amesy. Why would Amesy kill water being aware of the risks?
That I don't know. I would have hoped Amesy would be more aware of that, but hey, if it comes to it, maybe I can help in ways with the knowledge that I have. I don't know what form it'll take, but I'll do my best, Matt, for you. But going forward, the server is a very unpredictable place at the moment, and people have started swinging in all directions. I think we kind of need to like tie in together and prepare for the worst, to be honest, is what I agreed with Pangu.
So we need to gear up. Loki, we gotta get you to Nirvana.
You reckon?
And Pangy, this is...
Yeah.
Because this is a... let me put it this way. I always knew, like, at the end of the day, like, Amesy would... I just cannot believe Amesy would just kill water like that.
I'm confused on the motives. I could go speak with Amesy. I think Amesy would answer to me.
Okay, but we can't have you speak to Amesy without having some sort of system in place. Use the chamber to warp yourself out, worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying I can't risk having something happen to you and losing you too.
No, it's okay, bud. I understand. We'll take the precautions necessary. I don't know. I'm confused as to what's happened, but I've got a good bond with Amesy. I think I could break through.
I thought Water had a good bond with Amesy.
Well, yeah, I don't know, Bad. I don't know. Things are very different and strange at the moment.
Okay, Lukey, you saw the green castle the other day, right?
Yes.
Okay, it was covered in yellow glass. After that, I went and spoke to the keeper. And I said, hey, I'm pretty sure you guys were involved in covering our base with glass. And they admitted it. They said, yeah, we totally helped. So I said, all right, I want you guys to cover their base with glass. Do you want to see a picture of it?
Sure.
It's a great picture. You'll love it. Give me one second. It's loading. It's loading. Here we go. I'm gonna send you a picture. Check your mind really quick. Okay, look at this. This is what. Wait for it.
I haven't even seen it. I haven't even seen it yet.
Wait for it. This. Wait for it. Get ready. This. Boom. Look at that. That is what Yellow Castle looked like.
Oh my god.
Yes. It was beautiful.
That's insane.
It was beautiful.
Wait, all different colors too?
Yes. It was magnificent.
Wait, is it still like that?
No, it's not. But it looked like that, and it was beautiful. And I'm gonna show the ghost. 1 second. But it looked like that. Well, let me fill you in on the skinny real quick. Okay, let me give you the skinny. Okay.
The skinny.
Yeah, the skinny. Like, let me give you the skinny. The down to earth, like, skinny. Right? Here's the dealio. Where is it? Okay, so here, for anyone who did not see, is what it looked like. Boom. Just like that. Okay. But I'll give you a down-to-earth skinny of the situation, right? So we spoke to the keepers, and let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Ross and AMZ were obviously not happy about the idea of having to mine all of that glass, right?
Yeah.
And I can imagine that would have been a tremendously daunting prospect. In the same way that me mining all that glass at our base would have taken us forever and would have been a very unfun situation. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, guess what? We made a deal with the keepers we both agreed to clear up the glass, and the keepers just got rid of it. Okay?
Okay.
So that seems like a good deal, right? But I'm thinking that Amesy and Ross must have not been happy with us, and they killed water or something. Like, this has to be tied to the pranks.
Okay, but if you done this, why did they kill water? Was water involved?
Well, one, I feel like maybe... Oh yeah, water did technically help me place the sand, but I don't think anyone knew that unless water said something.
Okay, you think water would?
I don't know. But we cannot allow this to stand, Lukey. Something must be done.
Yeah, but I think, like, I don't know.
Something must be done.
I think a reset for a sandcastle is a bit extraordinary. No.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, it's not just the sandcastle, okay?
Okay.
It's not just the sandcastle. It is like the blender getting blown up. It's the other stuff getting blown up. Like or like other stuff getting grazed. Like it's a lot. Like Yellow's definitely been through a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
definitely
water?
brought up. I know water is the thing that I can't understand. Like why they would attack water for this. So maybe it's not related. It could be related to something else.
Okay.
Hmm.
And what's your take on this?
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna hope that water comes back. The same person.
Okay, bad. Hey, well, we can wait and see. And if that's not the case, then I'm sure there'll be something we can do.
I don't know.
Oh, it'll be alright, bub. It does make me a little nervous, though, all of this happening. I really didn't expect that. Here, let me see if I got some.
I don't know.
Nope. I don't know, Bad. I don't know what to do from here. I don't know what the best course of action is. Because I'm in a weird place because like me and Amesy are friends, but I don't know how I feel about them killing Wars like that twice as well consecutively. Oh, wait, I'll be right back. You stay there, okay? I got something in mind.
Okay.
See, he'll be. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
It's on the house.
Oh, thank you. This will cheer me up.
Yeah, cheers. To water.
Uh-oh.
to lemonade, I suppose, but you know.
Cheers to water.
To water.
To water.
Hey, we'll make this right. Okay.
Okay.
Let's lock in, prepare for the worst. Nobody knows about this place. AMZ. We keep. Oh God, we keep it that way. Maybe I speak with AMZ.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to stasis me while
Sure.
I speak with AMZ? I don't think AMZ would attack me, but like just in case. I don't know what provoked.
Okay.
And I don't know whether Ollie or Rods were involved either. Because they were both there. Who was involved with the castle and the, like, who was involved with the castle and the cathedral?
It was...
Was it...
Me and Water, we did it. It was on one of our dates.
Okay, so okay. You and Water...
Hangouts,
done...
as you like to call them.
Yeah, hangouts. Done
Yeah,
Yellow
yeah.
Castle. Do you know who was responsible for Green Castle? The glass. And or the cathedral.
Castle. I think Ross and AMZ did it together. I'm not 100% sure. Other people may
Okay.
have been involved.
Okay.
I think Ollie was there as well.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a real strange divide.
I will stasis you away if you need stasising. You could use the
Yeah.
auto stasis chamber if you want.
Sure, you can teach me how that works.
Okay.
We'll
let's
give
go
it a
over
run,
there.
give it a try. Yeah?
Okay. Come on.
Okay.
Do you need a lift?
I can fly. It's not too far from here. Wait, why? You had something in mind?
I don't know. I was gonna grab a pig.
Oh,
a
it's
saddle.
okay. I can fly.
Hey, you see they added a saddle update. We'll be able to craft saddles in the future.
Wait, that's nice.
Yeah,
sorry.
Mojang added something good for once. It's wild.
I didn't know this. This way. You take a right here.
Oh, okay. Here, let's go. How many years did it take? Is it more than 3? Less than 3? More than 2? Thank you, Mojang. Thank you. I've been waiting for so long. You know what, Lukey? For
Hello.
clearing up all of the water at the castle or at the cathedral, I
Yeah.
hereby remove your short king title. You're no longer a short king.
Wow.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
You are a tall prince. No, wait, tall queen. There we go. Tall queen.
Okay. Sure.
All right, it's official.
I'll take it. You know what? Anything's an upgrade.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
man. No, I appreciate it. Okay, I'm here.
You got green.
Yep. You left the hole open, bad.
I'm sure they didn't find it.
Yeah, but still.
Oh, don't worry. This is from last night. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
whoops.
Fun
I
fact,
messed up. Oh,
be very
bad.
cautious. Yeah, you messed up. Run. Fun fact, be extra cautious when using this. Last night,
Why?
I set this up to like go and do something, and I kept looking up like 4 times
Oh,
in
really?
a row. Yes, it was a horrible experience. Okay, do you have an arrow?
No.
Okay,
I don't have any ranged weapons, bad. Should I? That's something I should invest in, right?
yes.
Okay, I don't have like a crossbow or a bow or.
Okay,
I
here,
never just got
take
into
take this arrow,
Okay.
take this crossbow,
Okay.
and I want you to do the following. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to walk you through. Remember, they say the best way to teach someone how to do something is you literally walk them through. So step 1, come over here, stand here.
Okay.
Okay. Boom. go in like this.
Yeah.
Look down. Fire the arrow right there. Do that.
Okay.
So do that step first. Just look straight down at the glass. Fire the arrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me know when you've done it.
I'm done.
Perfect. All right. Then follow me up here.
Okay.
And you're going to turn the machine on. Like this. Okay. I did it for you. Then you just wait.
You just press it
All right.
once and then...
Yeah. Do you have an ender
Okay.
pearl?
I do not know.
Here's an ender pearl.
Thank you.
So in order to set up
should.
this
I
ender
need to get
pearl,
some
you have
pearls.
to do it in a very specific way.
Okay.
Okay? You go look straight,
Yeah.
go forward till you hit the chain, look down, crouch, and then throw. Okay?
Okay, so look forward, walk forward till I hit the chain.
Yeah, look down,
Look down, and
crouch,
then crouch.
and then throw. How did you mess that up? How did you mess that up? I've never seen that happen before.
It just hit
How-
the wall.
how did you do that?
The soul sounds
Okay.
right there.
Let's try this again. Okay, walk forward,
Yes.
crouch, look down, and throw without
Okay.
moving.
Okay.
Try again.
Could I get another pearl, please?
Okay,
Okay.
look forward.
Look forward.
Walk forward.
Walk. Crouch.
Look down,
Look down.
and throw. Look straight down. What the fudge do you think look down means?
I was
You
looking down.
actually
I was
no,
looking
you
down.
didn't. You
I was
looked
looking
down.
down.
You look down. Look straight at the ground. Okay.
Okay,
Look
okay,
at
okay.
the ground.
Okay, okay,
At
maximum down.
The
Maximum
ground.
down.
The
Okay,
maximum.
Okay. Okay.
Maximum downness. Okay.
Okay.
Oh gosh!
Sorry, I'm
Just
sorry.
look flipping
Sorry.
down. How hard is that?
Bad, I'm
look
sorry.
down.
Okay, you said
okay?
look down. You didn't say look as far down as you can. Okay.
What does look down mean
You
to
should
you?
give better instructions, Bad. Okay, well
What
this is
does-
looking down, and this is
Oh
also looking down.
My gosh. Okay, no,
Both
that
are
is
looking down by
nonsense.
definition.
That is nonsense. You're not gonna pull out code etiquette to me and be like, no, you didn't say to take the jelly out of the bag before I applied the bread to it, or vice versa. You didn't like that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, you know what?
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
a TikTok on this where someone was literally like, give me instructions on
I
how to
saw
make a
this,
PB&J
yeah.
sandwich. And
Put
they're
the
like,
knife
"Take-
in the peanut butter. And
put the knife in the peanut butter, and then they just stab the knife in the peanut butter, and then they're just like,
the knife handle just goes into the. Yeah,
Yes.
I've seen that.
exactly.
Okay, okay.
So you're not
Can I
gonna
get
be
an
like
ender
that.
pearl, please?
Yeah, I gave you it. There. Do the following. Okay.
Okay.
You know what?
Okay,
I'm
I'm
turning.
listening.
Okay. Stand in the middle. Okay.
Yes,
Look
sir.
forward
Yes,
at
sir.
the far wall.
Yes.
Walk forward until you bump up against
Yes.
the chain. Okay?
Yes.
Then look downwards, straight down,
Do
all
I
the way
crouch
down.
first or?
It doesn't matter, but sure,
Okay.
crouch. Okay, while holding
Okay.
crouch, look all the way down.
I'm looking all the way
Maximum downness.
Maximum
all
down.
the way. You should not be able
Okay.
to look any further down. Okay?
I can't.
Then
Okay, I'm gonna-
throw. Wow! You can do something. That's amazing. Good job, Licky. I award
Thanks,
you
man.
one
No.
piece of cooked chicken. Good work.
Wow.
I'm actually
Thanks.
proud of you.
Thanks, Bad. Okay,
job.
that was great. And now, if I look directly up, does it work?
Yes. If you look here, let's test it. Look straight up.
Max up.
Wait, did we push this note block to align it correctly? Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on.
We pressed one of the note blocks.
Okay, come back down. Come back down. Okay,
Oh.
let's stop the machine. We're gonna replace the arrow. Okay, so if it doesn't
Okay.
work, the arrow's not placed correctly. Okay. Climb in here. Look down
Can
Okay.
okay, yeah.
and fire on the glass. Remember, you gotta look straight down, all the way
Maximum
down.
Yep.
Maximum down. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, come out. and push the right-click the no block. Perfect.
Okay, yeah,
and then
we
come
didn't do
up
that last
here
time.
and turn this on. Okay, there we go.
Can I get another pole, please?
No, wait. No, there should be one in there. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, now
awesome.
we're gonna test it. Look up.
Hey, ready?
Yeah.
Oh!
All right, look at that. It
Wait,
works
awesome.
perfectly. Here, go ahead and just shimmy out.
Okay.
All right. Now here's another pearl.
that's so
You're gonna
good.
reload it, isn't it? You're
Do I have to do the arrow again?
the same way.
Do I have to
no,
do the arrow
arrows,
or just...
the arrow's already
wait.
set up. You're good.
Awesome.
See, I'm
Maximum
looking at
down.
Yeah, you should need to reset up the arrow.
Okay.
You looked maximum down. It's in. Okay, good. All right. Now we can
Thanks,
go
Matt.
back up.
How do I fly back up without looking directly up? That might be tricky. I can, to be fair, I can null out.
That's a good point.
But if you have a practical
Hey,
method,
wait a
then-
minute. I swear there was an iron shulker box down here.
I don't know.
Where did... Oh, here it is. Never mind. So here's what we're going to do. I think I'm going to make a, what do you call it? To get back up.
Say again?
I'm going to make something to, like, help us get back up, like ladders.
Okay.
1 second. Ooh, 34. That's not quite enough, but whatever. Okay, here we go. Let's set up something like right here. Alright, come on. This way. Hey, Lukey, I got a question for you. Lukey.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Oh, I was talking to myself. Hello,
When someone says, look down at your feet, do you look up at the ceiling?
You didn't say look down at your feet.
Yeah,
You
no, I'm just asking when someone says that to you, do you look up at the ceiling?
No, I don't, Bad. Of course not.
No, what direction do you look in?
I look at my feet.
You look at your feet, exactly.
But, okay, Bad, if I had told you now to look down, are you going full chin to chest and looking down? Or are you just gonna, like, look at the floor near you? If I said Bad, look at the, if I said Bad, like, look down now. Are you, like, looking directly down? Are you, like, chin to your chest and looking as far, as straight down as possible? A maximum down? No.
Yes! Yes, I am!
Look at There's no way you do. If I say look down, you look down. You don't...
Yes, but it's the
down.
context by which you say to look down. Am I standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon and you say look down? I'm probably gonna look like down
Maximum
into
down?
the canyon. No, I'm not gonna look maximum down.
I love this is a coined term now. Maximum
But
down.
if you're standing in like my living room or something like that,
Yeah.
and I say, hey, look down,
Yeah.
and you just kind of generally look like out in
Just
front of you, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. I'm going to be like, why are you looking like that? That's how I
Look at the
feel.
floor around you. You don't need to like... Okay, fine, sure. Imagine like a Gmod
Come
character on maximum sensitivity. Ooh, I just got a message. What are you up to? From Amesy. This is good. This will instigate the meeting.
Oh, no. It's not good. Lukey,
I'll be safe.
if they
It's
ambush
okay.
and kill you, I'll
They
have
won't.
nobody but Pangy.
Hey, okay, I'll still be here, but
No, what if they kill you?
why have 2 lives, man?
It'll literally be me and Pangy again, like
No,
day
it won't.
one.
It won't. It
You know,
won't.
he was the first person to join Green.
Was he?
Yeah.
You know,
A
he
lot of people
mentioned that
don't
too
know
today. Okay, well, I'll let you deal with that. I'm gonna reply to this.
Yeah, go and respond. Just
Um,
don't look straight up, okay? Maximum up. Don't do it. You know not to look maximum up, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
love bits, but I'm out now. You wanna?
Just be ready. Worst
Okay.
case scenario, I want you to peace out. Okay, I'll be nearby
Yes.
in case things get hairy. I'll watch from a
No, no.
distance.
Bad, I don't know. You do love to instigate.
No, I promise, pinky promise, I will not interfere at all. I'll just be a little invis ragamuffin.
No, I don't want to deceive Amesy like that. I think this
You
could
are
be bad.
deceiving Amesy just by going
not.
and talking to Amesy in this
No, I'm not, because I was
circumstance.
gonna talk with Amesy anyways. Like, I was talking with. I'm like, I agreed to speak with Amesy, and like, I think it's an important. It's not like me sneaking behind enemy lines. Like, I'm curious as to what happened to myself. I'll be asking Amesy straight up, like, what happened.
Bro.
This isn't the set. What?
You know what? Okay. If anything happens, though, it's your fault. All right?
Okay. It always
No!
is,
Lukey, have some backbone. Oh, I need my crossbow back. Have some backbone.
Oh,
Say,
true.
my fault. I didn't do anything. Say that. Repeat after me.
My fault. I didn't do anything.
Lukey, you did everything.
I didn't do. No, I didn't.
You looked down.
Yeah, not max down, okay? Look,
Yes!
if things go wrong, I'll look max up bad, okay?
Good. All right, good. Okay, I'm only tough on you because I want you to succeed, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And I appreciate it, bad. You've been great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very
Thank
grateful
you.
to have you.
I am
But,
also grateful to have you, and I hope
Aw.
you survive.
Me too.
But just in case you don't, I just want to... I guess I should probably tell you something.
Oh.
Lukey, I'm... proud of you. You have grown a lot since we first interacted. Oh my gosh, okay.
Thanks, bad.
You've become
what? That
a
means
regular...
so much to me.
Yeah, you're a regular warrior, and I think you're gonna succeed.
I've come around a bit, right? Maybe just a little bit.
Sorry.
There's been
Lukey.
a tiny weeny arc of me getting better.
I am proud of you, Lukey. Seriously.
Thank you, bad.
So don't
I
die
couldn't-
on me.
I won't.
If you leave me alone,
Couldn't have
then,
done it without you.
then I'll have to come and kill you myself.
I know. I know
okay?
you'll kill me if I die. It's okay,
Okay.
bad.
You've got this. All
I'll be
right.
safe.
You've got this.
I got it. Helmet. Oh,
You've got this.
Thanks, bad. Okay,
You've
you don't
got this.
don't be nervous though. Okay, I'll be safe. I'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'll see you later. Goodbye, bad.
Goodbye. Oh, fudge. Yeah, I'm gonna follow him. Where's he going? This little ragamuffin. Look at him down there. Oh. Why is he going to the cathedral? Let's just keep like max distance. Ow! Okay. I can't. Stop it! I do not want Lukey to die. Yeah, they can see the armor. I can't really do anything about that. Okay, let's pay attention, look around. Okay. Okay, we'll go over, we'll do a wide sweep. What are they doing? They're building something?
Yeah, have you ever played Among Us? You know shapeshifters?
I
They're
love
real.
Among Us.
They're
Yeah,
real.
yeah.
Shapeshifters are real. That's all I'm saying.
You sure?
Yeah.
The only
mhm.
killing I saw was done by you, AMZ. I was kind of
Oh,
confused.
yes, that's what I'm talking about. So Bagheera, right? You know Bagheera? She's on the hostile faction, and they managed to get their kill quest today. That's all I'm gonna say. They did it. They
What?
did it.
What?
Hostile faction, they're back. It's very scary. We should all be very alarmed and very, very...
But what was Walter's involvement? Who's Bagheera? Like, I'm so
Red
confused.
faction! Oh, nobody understands me. Nobody gets it.
What?
Maybe we should go to the lab real quick, actually. Ross, I'll be back in a sec, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Now it's your
See
idea.
you.
Okay, we'll see you later, Roz.
Bye.
What? 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 That's it? That was the whole combo? Meow, wow, 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 I'm like an airplane. Okay, well, let's find Loki. That made no sense whatsoever. That made no sense. That was literally gibberish. That was literally gibberish. That meant, like, that was nothing. Where the fudge is Loki? Loki! That tea was mid. The tea was mid. Where's the good tea? Loki! Where's the good tea? That was terrible, Fofoka. Ooh. Oh. AMZ and Lukey are going somewhere private, I think. Oh. Wait, fudge? They went somewhere private? What the fudge? I totally missed that. Oh my goodness. They went to the cathedral? That'd be a good place to go. Tell Lukey, where did you skedaddle to? Black VOD captions are missing? Yes, Zora, I don't know why. They're just not working right now. I can try turning on the default ones. Let's see if that helps. Thank you though, Zora. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's probably the same issue again. I can't fix it right now. I know, Zora. I'm so sorry. I should be able to fix it though. I'll fix it in like a little bit, but it might break my stream. Don't you go stirring. Tell Liggy I won't. Pinky promise. Wait a minute. Did he show AMZ the lab? It would make sense if they were doing experiments that AMZ would learn where the lab was. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That ragamuffin. That ragamuffin. AMZ's Alchemy Shack. And there's nothing here. Oh well. Anyway. Well that's discouraging, chat. Okay. Let's just go ahead and go. We just go to the lab. We'll see what we can. At worst case we can do is be close in case something happens. And something happens and Loki needs assistance. Good for thought. We'll just try that. Hold on. Have you run ads lately? Ad time, see you in 30 seconds, chat. Okay. I think it was right here. This is it. That's true. If I get caught, I can say I was just here to brew potions. That's a good point. Okay. Chat, you're way too clever. Eh. Huh. Oh, fudge. They didn't see me. I was invisible, canonically. Let's go. See, that's why you don't put trims on your armor, chat. You don't put trims on your armor because you gotta be invisible. Let's go! We did it! we successful. Mission accomplished, chat. Mission accomplished. We did it. We totally did it. I think we clutched. I cannot believe this. I'm actually shocked, chat. Also, where is the potion room? I do need to do some potion brewing while I'm here. Okay, should we feed the turtles while we're here? Oh my gosh! That is a lot of turtle skids. Okay. Also, just an interesting thought, chat. Dang it! The day after I gave water all of my my turtle scoots, chat, and my helmets. That is most unfortunate. The timing there could not have been worse. Oh man. Okay, let's feed the turtles. Come here, turtles. Okay, we were too high. We couldn't feed them from that high up. Water, why did you have to die? That was not a fiscally pleasing timing. I'm kind of feeling that way, to be honest. Interesting. I'm kind of feeling that way. Inserts Wonderland Hatsune Miku cheering. What? Wonderland. Hold off. AMZ is explaining well. Hold off? Hold off what? I haven't said or done anything. This guy. Don't do anything silly. What the fudge are you talking about? I'm not even near you. Don't do anything rash. He's acting like I'm like loading the rifles. Like, I'm coming. Let's do this. That's such a crazy attitude. Like, holy muffin. Actually, hold on. Okay, good. We have it. I'm gonna feed the turtles. Feeding the turtles. He's terrible with messaging the wrong person. What? Did I message the wrong person? Or Loki messaged the wrong person? Alright, wait, no. You okay, Lucy? Oh, we live in a society, chat. We live in a society. That we do. Alright. Aside from that, chat, how are you guys doing today while we feed the turtles and wait for the good Fafoka? How are you guys doing? Hope your day is going well. Exhausted? I can feel ya. I can feel ya. I understand. It's been a day. Hopefully it becomes a little better. Not great. I'm sorry. Yoink. Doing better now. Glad to hear that. Can't say I had, but it happens. I get over it as always. Sometimes chat sharing your... There's an interesting topic for discussion, chat, that I think is fascinating. Because I feel like a lot of times, chat, when people express their frustration, it can come across as like anger or like negativity or something like that. And it's easy to become very like closed to feedback and criticism. I think it's partially because like we have like a human nature / desire to like not want to be attacked. You feel me? So, but it's interesting because a lot of times what you're reacting to is sort of the mechanism through which that's sort of how people actually process their feelings / vibes is by just sort of expressing it. And sometimes that's the best way to do it, is by having those conversations with other people, is sort of the way that, I don't know how you call it. It's not like stress relief, but it's like processing. And that's just a part of the processing thing. But it's hard to learn to take like other people's processing is more like how they're going through the emotions. Because that's the problem, chat, is it's hard. Like nobody in the world is a mind reader, all right? So you can't know what other people are thinking or feeling. You can only know based on what they tell you, right? Which is hard to do because I think it's weird because I feel like we kind of expect society to just kind of vibe and like people will just pick up on things without us having to say them. I feel like that's the ideal world we want to live in, but it's just not realistic. But it's hard because it's like, it's something that, especially if you feel like you've been conditioned to that. It's a fascinating thought experiment. I don't know. Something to learn is understanding that when people are expressing their frustration about something, it's not necessarily coming from a place of like anger, hatred, or negativity. But it's coming from, this is sort of how I understand the situation, how I'm processing it. And I would like, it's a way for people to be heard, you feel me? I don't know. Food for thought.
To be fair, yeah, it could be as simple as the turtles. Welp.
Boo.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How much of that did you hear? I
None of
realized
it.
we were in a group for a good part of the
Yeah.
time, and then.
No, that's true. You were in a group.
I saw you in Invis.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you were in a group.
Yeah, well, I kind of...
So what happened? Fill me in. What's the scoop? What's the scoop?
I think Water may have wanted this. Is the conclusion I've come to draw.
Why would you... Okay, why would you think Water would
I don't...
Do you realize how crazy you sound right now?
Bad? I don't know. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Pause. Let's break this down for a second. You're telling me that Water, who grinded to Nirvana, right, and speed ran it, would want to die.
I think the issues involved span beyond levels in Nirvana. I think... I don't know. But AIMSy didn't just go hungry on the hunt and start killing. As you said yourself, they were on good terms before, right?
Okay, so what is their reason for killing Water?
That part was more unclear. AIMSy didn't tell me loads. Something with some form of experiment. I don't know what AIMSy does specifically or gets up to. But I think there was a level of agreement in whatever happened. Maybe something went wrong and like the death shouldn't have happened, but for it to happen twice too, it's not like AIMSy. I don't know, bad. But AIMSy left a bit of a bad mood.
Why?
Because I accidentally messaged AIMSy something I was supposed to message you, and outed myself in the process.
Oh my gosh, Luke.
Well, I saw you was around Invis in netherite armor, got nervous, so I started trying to explain to you to be like, hey, ease off, like, chill, it's okay. And then I whispered to AIMSy. As AIMSy's telling me, Water may have wanted this. And then AIMSy cut the conversation off there, pretty much. I was afraid that you were gonna act, and I...
I give up. This is why you don't attach yourself to people, Loki.
No, I disagree.
No. People are only a tool with which can be used to hurt you.
But you can't fill those ups without the downs too. I mean, what's life? What life is worth living if you have nothing to lose, Bad?
No,
That's
that's fair.
Game fun.
It does make the game fun.
Obviously, it hurts. Of course, it hurts. But you know, I think it would hurt more to have nothing. So be grateful for what you have.
You know what, Lukey? You're right. I am grateful for what I have.
Hey, if that makes you vulnerable, then just be stronger.
No, that's fair. Thank you, Lukey. I appreciate that.
It's okay. I should take that advice too. I need to lock in and level up and not be such a pushover. But I think we should treat this whole water thing as an isolated incident, and we shouldn't act any further on it until we have more information. I think like a revenge on AIMSy would be a misplay.
Like, if you think at the end of the day, like, it's not worth doing, then...
Amesy really helped me with the cure efforts. I couldn't have done it. Like, Pangy wouldn't be Pangy if it weren't for Amesy's help too.
So Amesy killed Water for a reason, and Water wanted to die?
I believe so. Yes. The nature of it and all the details, I don't know.
Well, I can't really be mad at Amesy for doing what I did to Ross, so... I guess that's valid.
That's the take.
Okay.
But as for the cathedral being flooded and everything, go crazy. Be mad about that. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. We can be mad about the cathedral.
Be mad about the cathedral, but I think please don't lash out at Amesy for now.
Fine.
There's more to that story, but we'll puzzle it.
I have a thing to build. Do you want to help me?
What are you planning on building?
I'm gonna build a monument.
A monument?
To the keepers.
Ooh.
Yay. I have to, Lukey.
Where?
It's part of the deal.
Where are you building it?
I don't know. You can help me find a good spot.
Wait, can we get one in here?
I don't think it would fit in here. It has to be pretty big.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll help build. How many you have to do? 4? How many do you have to do?
I don't know. I have to build a monument with a couple keeper statues.
Okay.
So I'm gonna build a few of them. You wanna come? Let's go to spawn and surveil.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
Okay, let's go.
Alright. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag, Lukey? Oh. So we gotta build a fountain, and we need to put stuff around it. Was that a whale? Did I just hear a whale? Don't hear them. Maybe I have to be louder. Okay. Yeah, they're not here. How about that? Tell Lukey on my way. That's weird. Is there another entrance that Lukey may have skedaddled through. There is another entrance that Lukey may have skedaddled through. He looked up on accident. No shot. No shot. Did bro use the stasis chamber? Okay, where is he? You know what? Actually, +1. Give me chat. +1 for ingenuity. Where is he? Hello, Licky.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. I kind of went through it. I'll be real. I may have accidentally looked directly up while swimming in the bubbles.
No, I think you did.
I just forgot I was in the bubbles, like, of course when you're on the water lift, like, you look up, right? But then I didn't realize it. I forgot my strength and went max up, and then, yeah, but...
Yeah, no, you did. You forgot your strength, and you went max up. Good for you, Licky. Hey!
Max up on accident.
So we've got the OG spawn here.
Yeah.
So... Here, let me make a group really quick. Alright. There we go. So... Wait. What did I name the group? Lukey. Okay. So here's the thing. I told them I would make it as tall... Each of them as tall as this. Right?
Okay.
The what do you call it? Spirit Halloween or whatever.
Yeah.
I told them I would make it this tall, but I said I would make like each individual statue this tall. So it's gonna be like pretty big. Right?
Okay.
So I'm thinking a decorative bowl fountain, if we assume the size of that one, or perhaps a little bit bigger, and I'm thinking 4 statues standing around it that look like keepers. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So we need andesite. The question is where to build such a magnificent statue. What do you think about right here? And we could get rid of the Nirvana celebration area. Because I know this was built by an admin, so I don't think they would mind if we cleared it.
Yeah.
And we could theoretically stick it right here and get rid of some of the spikes, because the spikes kind of aren't relevant anymore. Or we could move it over here.
It'd be cool to
towards, like,
incorporate it
Felicia's
into a build.
statue.
Like, what if you made it part of, like, I don't know, the cathedral's courtyard or something?
What, you're saying like out in front of the cathedral?
Like, or behind it? Like...
We could do it behind it. Do you think Panky would mind? I'm just wondering about how to set this up without having it look too crowded. You feel me?
Yeah. You think Panky would mind what?
I don't know. If we mined away his stage. I don't know if he was planning on keeping this here.
I don't know. I can always ask him.
Yeah, we could theoretically put it where the statue is.
Yeah. I don't know, it's kind of cool to keep these little things.
What do you
I know
think
it does
about...
make it more crowded.
What about right here? We could put it right here. This could be a good spot. Do a nice little circle. I think, you know what I think? Let's build a keeper statue about as tall as we want, and let's see how big it would be to have 4 of them together that are like You know
What are you thinking,
mean?
like in a circle with a centerpiece?
I'm thinking in a circle with a centerpiece, yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna go down here real quick.
Okay. What's the centerpiece? Like a fountain?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yes, a fountain. You were spot on. That is a good question, but I did not have a good answer.
Okay.
Okay, let me come back up. I got some stone. We can do this. Okay. So let's assume we did it right on the path. Let's assume we did it like, I'm thinking 4 keeper statues that are kind of like facing out.
Yeah.
Here, let's see. I am not very good with organics, but I will try my best. So I'm thinking something like this.
Wait, what do you mean by organics?
Like organics. Organics are like when you build a statue.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
let's see how tall it has to be first, actually. So 65 to, oh my gosh, 65 to 98. So what is that? 98 minus 65. 98 minus 65. 33 blocks tall. They have to be 33 blocks tall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my flipping gosh. That is massive.
Oh, that's... Yeah. Well,
Okay.
you can do it in dirt, right?
Yes. Oof. That is oof. That is so oof. Oof.
Well,
This is frustrating.
yeah, I'm not very good at statues.
Wait, do it in dirt. What?
Well, like, that's what Foolish did, was, like, started off by doing it in dirt. Like clay, right?
Oh, that's what you mean. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and then replace it with deep slate or concrete. I had someone suggest, what if they hover? But also, I feel like...
Oh,
if they...
that could be interesting. Like, maybe have, instead of having, like, legs going to the bottom, we do, like, tattered floating robes. Yes,
Yeah.
I like what
And then,
you're
like,
suggesting.
that gives us a few blocks of height.
Okay, we're gonna try something like this. There we go. Okay. So I'm thinking we'll do something like this. Like that. Like that. And we can do some sort of like floating robe thing. I like that idea. The floating robe idea is a good one. Okay. And then if we bring this down to like here, we can do like a face, their little face hole. Right here. So I'm gonna just kind of do the outline, and then once I get like, I'll make one statue.
Yeah.
And then it'll be pretty easy to like copy it somewhere else.
Okay.
At least like the layout.
That's true, yeah.
It's not too hard to copy stuff once it's made. Okay, that's good.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the lab a sec and
Okay.
get some deep slate stuff. Anything else you need?
Not off the top of my head. Do you have water secretly at the lab?
It's like, no.
Do you have Panky at the lab?
No.
Do you have a Skeppy at the lab?
I don't. That could be fun though. We'll see. One day, one of the three will spawn, I'm sure. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Do we don't, it's just deep slate stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
I like it does need to be more like tattered. What if we do bring this down like that? That can be like the shoulder. No. Like that. I do like building statues. Luki's statue building is probably some of the most fun stuff.
Yeah.
Because you get to build organics.
Are we going for deep slate?
I'm thinking it might be cool to make them
Because-
look like they're built out of stone. Or like andesite.
Oh.
Like
okay.
I'm kind of vibing with something like that. But what do you think?
Andesite could work. I mean, I haven't got loads of andesite, but I do have 1, 2, 3, 4 double chests worth of deep slate.
Okay.
So do as you please, but
Yeah, if you want,
Yeah.
bring all the deep slate. We can use that.
okay, awesome. I'll bring andesite too. Do you want like both?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the group for a minute.
Alright.
I need to sort something, and then I will come back with deep slate and andesite.
All right. See you soon.
Okay, see you in a minute. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, chat. I'm gonna try saying like this. Rise until the brokenness murmur. Let me run them really quick. Add time chat. See you in 30 seconds. On a little side note, chat, just so I need to check with the content creators chat just to make sure everybody is on board with the pranks before we do them. I was under the assumption everybody was a-okay with all of the pranks, but just on the off chance that someone's like not down with it, right? Like from all of the conversations and things I've had with people, it seems like everybody's on board. But I want to, before we actually go in place, do one of our other practical jokes that we are sitting on and ready for. Before we do that, we're going to double check. I don't think the sand move is crazy, but I can also understand how it can theoretically be overwhelming. Especially the timing of the, what do you call it, being blown up as well. What do you call it? The blender. There we go. But no, spot on, chat. Hold on, Lucy, chill. Do you want some? But, how's your guys' day going for the most part? I hope it's feeling a little bit better. Bum, bum, bum. And I'm out of stone. Might sleep soon. It's almost 1 a.m. I will say, chat, in general, that is a hard thing to do, but in general, it is good advice to typically sit on things a little bit and wait a little bit and think things through. It's like, just know, chat, like, if we ever have a thing where I need to chat with you guys, it's probably going to be at the next stream. Okay. Not always, but probably. Okay. So, just food for thought. There we go. This is what I was looking for. But, like, especially things that happen on stream or things that I want to chat with on stream or bring up on stream, so. Yeah, especially because, like, chat, I'm not the type of person who... I've tried doing, like, off-the-cuff veracity before. But I'm just not the type of person for off-the-cuff stuff. I just can't. Like, literally, it's impossible. So I like to organize my thoughts for the most. I'm not saying I'm incapable of being, but it's about making sure you get your points across and you're saying things the way that people, you know, will be able to understand and won't hurt anybody unintentionally. You feel me? Food for that. It is hard to put words together sometimes. And especially chat, like, I don't know. It is what it is. Okay, this looks more like, less like a cloak. Trying to find the noise that is freaking her out. See if it is a fire alarm. That's usually what Lucy, if Lucy is freaking out to something, 9 times out of 10, that's why. That's crazy. I've been watching you for 5 years, and your heart is always in the right place. Oh, thank you, Stara. I think it's... I don't know. Things are hard, chat. I feel like it's hard sometimes to... It's hard to say things when you yourself have to go... You know what? That's a very interesting... I can't remember who said something about that. Maybe it was Tommy who was talking about that. I can't remember who said something about that. Gosh, I was reading something about it recently. Who said something? Someone said something to the point of, this is essentially what they said. Something happens and people are expected. Was it Technodad? I don't know who said it. But people are expected to sort of process their feelings really quickly, right? Like content creators are, and then respond really quickly, right? Which is interesting because content creators are people too, right? And that's like, it's interesting when you look back on, especially a lot of the really young creators from like the Dream SMP era, like, I don't know if you guys remember Dream SMP era. It was interesting. But it is one of those things that, like, content creators, it is sort of an unrealistic pressure, but it's also kind of expected in some sense, because, like, you have an audience, and communicating with your audience is necessary and important. But it can be difficult when you yourself are also trying to, like, okay, what am I trying to convey? Especially if you're trying to convey it in a way where you're like, I have to worry about, like, people making sure to understand what I'm saying and that I'm conveying it well. You know? I don't know. I feel like the internet has sort of ruined communication to that degree. Because it's made it so everybody, rather than, like, having a conversation and, like, trying to just be open and honest, I feel like people are afraid of being open. Because, like, being open puts you, like, in a position of vulnerability. And people can take advantage of, like, vulnerability. So people are, like, way more guarded than normal. It's fascinating. I've had a lot of conversations with CCs about that. And that's something I feel like most people share. Is the vibe of, like, they want to be as upfront and candid with their audience as possible and share everything. But you, like, can't, because people will take advantage of, like, things you do share. You know? Yeah, well, but that's honestly, here's the problem, chat. That's not even just a content creation thing. It's like a life thing. Like, think about that. Like, think about, like, your friend groups. Have you ever shared something with a friend and they immediately, like, took advantage of it? You know what I'm talking about? And, like, we're like, all of a sudden they told, like, your other friends, and you're sitting there, like, going, whoa, I only shared that with you. Like, that was confidential. Like, I was sharing something personal with you, and then they go and tell people. I think everybody's probably had that experience. That's not even a content creator thing. That's just kind of like a thing. It's a thing that just happens. What do you do in that situation, chat? Like, what do you do in situations where you open up to people and are, like, vulnerable? You know what I mean? You feel like that openness is taken advantage of. Like, what do you do? What's the question? It's an interesting thought, isn't it? Depends on what was shared and with whom. No, that is definitely true. I think this is why, though, I think it's important to, you know, you can only be the best person you can. And just when you screw up, just, you know, apologize. Do your best to improve. You know? I don't know. To be honest, just don't open up to them anymore. It's interesting, chat. What an interesting thing to say. Just don't open up to people anymore. Close yourself in. Have no close friends. It's hard to have friends, chat. Hide yourself away. What a crazy... I don't know if that's good advice, chat. Yeah, that's what TR Bad does, and we know it doesn't work for him. I take it as a learning experience. It happens. I tell the person that crossed boundaries, and I just move on and remember that sometimes some people are just not ready or equipped to keep things to themselves. No, that's a fair analysis. I told someone something that I had no intention to share more broadly. If they shared it with good intentions, I just let it go. No, that's a good point you bring up, Ensmite. The intention, I think, counts towards the effect, right? Like, if someone didn't mean anything ill by it, I think I'm willing to, like, forgive and forget. But the problem is, I also think that still leaves people, CCs and people as well, wary of. They're just like, everybody's just still like, I mean, think about it. Like, you're still like, even if like, you, like, let's say you tell a best friend in high school something like deep and personal, and your high school friend shares it with someone you didn't want to know, and then comes to you and is like, hey, I'm really sorry I did that. It doesn't really make you feel any better. Like, the apology might make you feel better, but you're still in the position of like, thank you, I appreciate that. Like, that makes me feel better. But you're still sitting there going like, what do I do? Like, do I continue to share with this person? I think it does depend on the intention and who. But it's a hard thing, I think, to move past for a lot of people. Not even for a bad reason either. Like, and that's even just about stuff you feel like sharing with somebody else. Think of all the things you like people don't share. That is such an interesting thought. I was having this thought the other day. I was thinking about like people. I was just thinking about the stuff that like people don't share that bothers them, right? Or that's going on in them, but like still affects their interactions with people. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a good philosophical talk, but it's not very helpful. I found in life that keeping grudges, lashing out, seeking revenge, etc. takes away too much energy from things that are truly meaningful, like enjoying life with people that love and care for you, helping people that need you, leaving the world a bit better than you found it. It is good to feel the feels of sadness, betrayal, but wrapping yourself in them and letting them poison and take away from your life isn't my speed. Oh my goodness, Sense Mommy, you're reminding me of something I said to a friend recently when I was giving them advice about relationships. I said this to him. I said, we're chatting about relationships, and they reminded me of a quote. I said to them, I said, do you know the quote, bitterness is like drinking poison and expecting other people to die? That's one of my favorite quotes because I think I relate to it a lot. And I think everybody can kind of relate to it. You know what I mean? How long till he realizes? Realizes what? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? You just mixed it up. You said Ents instead of Quada. I'm sorry. Thank you, Quada. You're spot on, Quada. Gosh darn it. Leave me alone. Anyway. They sound so similar, chat. It's really easy to mix them up. But, I don't know. Fudge. No. Gosh. Every time I wax poetic like this, chat, I always want to, like, go into... Never mind. Anyway. Frustrating. You live in a society, chat. Oh, well. Oh, well. Indeed we do. Very frustrating. Oh well, such is life. But anyway, point is, being bitter is like drinking poison and expecting the other to die, chat. That is what bitterness is. Food for thought. It is very on point. But I feel like, chat, it's fun to be bitter. Because I feel like we do something. But we don't. That's the big problem, chat. We don't help anything. Hmm. Anyway. We live in a world of light, darkness, and in between, enjoying the light, learning to find glimmers in the shadows, and finding strength among each other to go through the darkness. It's what life is all about. Is that a quote from something? Okay, you guys are just sharing. You're just sharing quotes. No, I just made it up. Okay. You know what? I'll take your word for it. But I also am struggling. I will say, chat, I am very thankful of my friends, in particular, Ruse and Lauren. They are some of my best friends in the world, and they are awesome. So, food for thought. They are literally the best. You do not know how supportive they are. I have shared with them things that I would never tell you guys. But I'd say, chat, Lauren in particular, Lauren's heart is always in the right place, chat. So just food for thought. Understand that I'm not saying Lauren's incapable of making mistakes, but I'm saying 9 times out of 10, if you're assuming malicious intent on Lauren's behalf, I'd say it's not the case. Okay? You know the phrase, don't assume malice when ignorance might just as well be an excuse? To be fair, chat, I guess I can forgive that, because I guess people have short memories. So, I in particular have noticed things, chat. Does anyone else have this thing where you like suppress memories of things that make you feel uncomfortable? I used to not have this problem. But I had something happen, and ever since that thing happened, I've had that problem. Very discouraging. I don't know. It's a normal coping mechanism. Maybe it is. That's why I don't trust therapists. All they want to do is talk to me about my problems, and I'm trying to avoid my problems. How does that make you feel? Can't you see I'm trying not to feel? It's like they don't understand me. They keep trying to understand me, but they don't understand me. For me, it's maybe the opposite. I've talked to people who it is the opposite. I guess for me, it depends exactly like what the specifics are, but depending on what it is, like I'm very much like I'm very much averse. I don't like holding on to like uncomfortable memories. I just try and suppress and move on. Which is not a healthy mechanism, just for the record. You should not do that, just for the record. I like how this is coming along. But something in the shape is bothering me, chat. And I can't put my finger on it. I think it's the robe down here. I think it needs to look a little bit more windswept. and a little bit longer would probably help. I don't know, chat. It's funny, chat, because the, I don't think I ever told you this, chat. But, part of the arc of the memory loss arc in the QSMP was actually built around that. Oh. Oh, sorry, chat. Falling asleep. Got some caught in my throat. Ah. But I'll elaborate. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find the best pattern for this statue. Oh, boom, 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 boom. There we go. I am happy with this. Okay, the back needs to come in a little bit. But, okay, there we go. Sorry, I can be detached a little bit, so we can elaborate. So lore topic, that's all we're discussing is lore. So, in the memory loss arc on the QSMP, I wanted to essentially go over... One of the themes I wanted to cover was there were essentially two themes, chat. One was with memory loss as a whole, like with people with dementia. I don't know if you've ever interacted with someone who has dementia or Alzheimer's, chat, but it's fascinating in like a /neg way. Because you get to see essentially a person like drift away. So because like that's people's, I think, most real world experience with people with memory loss, I wanted to capture that. And I think I did a pretty good job. But it was also a like a catharsis lore in some ways. And one of the other themes I wanted to cover was the theme of like individual like memory loss due to trauma, right? And how like that affects people. Which was sort of an undertone for the most part. Good with that. think I can probably round this out. Anyway, just thought you might find that particularly interesting in some capacity. Fun lore, chat. I love lore. All of the arcs that I like to organize and do typically revolve around themes that I'm a big fan of, that I feel like people can relate to in some capacity. Good times. I don't know. So what are you doing in building right now? We are building a keeper statue. Unfortunately, we have a keeper who likes getting statues as a part of their deal, which is very frustrating. But, oh no, we can't give him this big of a badonkanon. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Let's bring it in. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, that looks a little bit better. A little bit more down to earth, I should say. Anyway, food for thought. Anyway. Neat! Okay. Sure. I like the way that this is looking, but I'm not really liking the vibe. Oh. There we go. Ad time chat. See you in 30 seconds. 1 second. Okay. Chat, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I want to do the drifty, floaty thing, but something about it is just off to me. I don't know. Yeah, the cutesy statue would probably take less time. I don't know. Okay, so what if we do something? It does seem short. I just kind of made it floating. Okay, let's try. The problem is, chat, what's the scale of a human in terms of height to width? What is the scale of a human from height to width? Because what if we try and do something like that? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Let's try doing more of an oval shape, chat. We're gonna try doing more of an oval shape. There we go. Yeah, I think doing more of a normal statue might actually be better. It's just about getting the scale correct. I'm gonna do this. Let's see. I like this. What do you think, chat? Thoughts? Are you in creative mode? How are you flying? I am not in creative mode. It's an ability on the server. What do you think? So we could do something narrow like this. Is this just a chill server with no roleplay? Yeah. No roleplay here. I haven't seen any of that on the Realm. No, I think you're on point. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we gotta keep him thin. So let's do this. Gosh, I miss the symmetry one, chat. I miss it so much. Okay. Let's keep it symmetrical. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hmm. What if we do like this? Hmm. No. Yeah, like this. They kind of like that. I feel like it needs a different pattern. Okay, let's get some more stone. The sweet despair. Whoa! Stone! Stone chat. Stone. Lukey is on his way, chat. Let's flip and go. Sorry, chat. I was just thinking we don't have a Skeppy statue on this server. I think I'm gonna make one at some point. One, two, 1, 2, 3. 3. Oh, this is not a Skeppy statue. There we go. Let's do like that. We'll do like that. And we'll do like that.
I have...
Hello, Lukey. How are you?
Oh.
Lukey? Lukey,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
This looks great.
I am not sure. As you can see, I'm doing 2 iterations. Like, I feel like I like this one more, but I'm also not sure.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's fair. I should sleep, huh? Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm fine. God, I was going through a war there, bad.
You've got it. You're doing
Sorry.
great.
What blocks are you using?
Right now I'm doing stone.
Okay, well, what about tough? I have lots of tough.
Tough we might be able to do.
Okay, and I have deep slate, so like, pick your poison. I had 2 stacks of andesite, not as much as I'd hoped.
I like that idea. I'm just torn because
Yeah.
I can't figure out how to make this look good. Therein lies the problem. I don't know. What do you think? What do you have? Ooh.
I haven't had much opportunity to look. I'm currently
No, that's fair. We can
I'm
just
in a
work.
war, bad.
I see you're in a war with the flying things, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, you know what I want?
What do you want?
No, I don't want to waste that one.
Like this needs to go up.
Ah, I'm popping strength.
Okay, no, that was good. Let's bring this up
There
to
we go.
here.
Okay. Because sleeping's never an option, bad. Sleeping's
Sleeping
for the
is
weak.
never an option.
Well, okay, let's see. Do you have many gapples? I've run out of gapples, and like I used to eat gapples loads for like the extra hearts and stuff.
Yeah, but you're not eating apples as like food, are you?
No. No, I eat pork chops. Pangy does. I think he's crazy for it, but like I get it. But I don't. I don't eat it as food. Do you eat it as food?
I do not eat it as food, no.
Okay. Is it easy to get gapples? I have 8.
Yes.
Ooh, wrong. Okay.
Okay, see, this looks a little bit better. Dang it.
Yeah.
It's not capturing exactly the vibe I'm going for.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's also you built it facing the other way. But
Yes, well, I'm just trying to build something. This looks so ridiculous.
I think the arms could be a bit smoother.
I'm at a loss. Ugh.
But also, bearing in mind, like, you can also tell a story with, like, the colors you use too, right? So you can, like, define the cloak more in color as well as shape.
No, I think you're right.
Don't stress too much.
Thank you, Loki. I appreciate that.
That's okay. Do you want me to leave the shulkers here?
Um,
I actually don't know what other there are. Or are they kind of redundant to you?
yeah, right. Leave them. That's fine.
Okay. You've looked at 4. Let's see what 4's done.
Gosh, I give up. I give up. I'm just gonna shelve this for now. I'm just so I flipping hate statues.
Back.
Every time I feel like making them.
Exclusively deep slate.
Yeah. No, it's just every time I make a statue, I go,
Yeah.
fudge, this looks great. But then I just sit there and I'm like, but why? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that, but awesome. But no, I think what you've done, I don't think it's bad though.
I just saw the clip, by the way, of you setting off the wireless stasis, by the way. That's how you got back to spawn so quickly, you set up a gun.
I told you. Yeah, I told you. I was in the bubble machine. And it,
yeah, and you looked up. Which, just for the record, does show ingenuity. And I am proud of you, Loki. Good work.
Wait, you're proud of that?
I'm actually really proud of you. Good job.
I mean, that felt more like a mistake, but no, I appreciate it. Thanks.
No, I think you did a great job. I'm very proud of you. Good work.
Thanks, bad.
Good work. No, I think that was the right call. You got to come back to spawn a lot faster.
I was in a real rush to, get to spawn.
So what are your levels at? Like, are you thinking about leveling up?
Yeah, well, yeah, I was, but then the past few days I kind of just been building. But yes, I would like. I'm very close to prestiging farming. I'm level 98. How do you see what you've prestiged? Wait, this is your Val top, right? Oh, never mind. How do you see what you haven't prestiged aside from like individually checking them?
That's a good question. You just don't? I don't think there's a way to do it. You can you can just, I don't know, just hover over it. And if you check the leaderboard, so you type the command like Valtop Alchemy, it'll show you like juicy new game blank. That'll tell you.
I see, yeah. I want to do alchemy, but I have the farm for that. So that's Val.
Oh no, you've got enough. I saw the scoots. You have enough to do alchemy.
Yeah, I'm level 89 and new game 0.
Oh yeah, you could probably take alchemy all the way. Actually, if you want to go work on it.
Sure.
Ooh.
In lab? Well, but
yes,
aren't you
to
supposed
the
to be
lab.
doing this?
Huh?
I mean, I'm down, but like, aren't you supposed to be doing this?
I don't need to work on it straight up.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fair.
I'm shocked that they still haven't. Hold on, I'm at Yellow Castle. I'm shocked they still haven't cleaned up the sand, by the way.
I don't think it looks bad. Like, I think it's kind of funny.
You're crazy. It looks terrible. Oh, Ross is here.
Yeah, so
something
AMZ.
shulkers. Oh, they cleaned up some of it, it looks like.
I think it looks kind of funny being like a silly sandcastle.
I'm just saying, I'm surprised they haven't cleaned it. It's pretty easy to clean up.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna see how long it takes me to clean this side.
Okay, I will prep stuff.
I'm just gonna test. Yeah, it's pretty quick to clean up. Especially with a haste potion, this would be instant. I don't think you can clean falling sand really quick. This is like a hot knife through butter, actually. Oh my gosh, this is like painting. This is so methodical.
But yeah, with
Luki,
Nirvana
you gotta
too.
try
Wait,
this.
oh, it must be so. Oh, I'm at the lab now.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I have a paintbrush.
Yeah, it's probably faster your way than, because I suggested torching it, but I think with just how fast the, what do you call it, shovel is.
Yeah. Oh, this is really fast. This is kind of fun now. Like my shovel's not even moving, Loki. It's not even moving.
I saw that the other day, like with the pickaxe. How does that work?
How does what work?
Like you were breaking stuff with a pickaxe, but like the pickaxe wasn't even moving.
So that is called, what are you referring to? Are you talking about the, like when I was mining something?
Yeah, oh, we have no scoots.
No,
Oh,
you
never mind, we do.
should. What do you mean? You should have tons of scoots. Did you use them?
9, 18 stacks, 19 stacks, 20 stacks. Yeah, our Pangy done some alchemy too.
Oh, this is so methodical. Okay, this is my new favorite thing. Like, I'm gonna put sand in places just to get rid of it. Now, you don't understand, Luki. The insta-break is like...
Oh, I know, I bet.
I don't know how to describe it, but it's so cathartic. Like, it just feels... It's like I just click and the sand is gone. Oh my flipping gosh, there's a creeper there. Yeah, I just do this. Oh. Food just got there. 1 second, Loki.
That's okay.
Just, hold on, I'm addicted. Loki, stop me. Whoa, that was weird. Why did diamonds come from that?
Oh yeah, you break sand and dirt and it drops like diamonds,
Yeah.
ancient. I think maybe ancient and
Yeah, but it
pearls.
shouldn't be dropping it now.
Oh, I don't know.
Lucy, I'm addicted. 1 second. I'll get it in a second. Have you ever wondered why Lucy and Luki sound the same?
Oh, we share a lot of the same words.
Yeah, you guys share a lot, believe it or not.
I'm sorry, not words, letters, I meant.
No, I mean, you share a lot of, like, character traits. Lucy!
Character, what?
Yeah,
Yapping?
I
No,
yell.
what?
I yell at Lucy. Like, you yap a lot, Lucy yaps a lot. Like, it's very similar. I'm just saying, like, you're very similar, ironically.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'm gonna introduce you to Skippy so he can laugh at you, too.
Wait, I'd be up for that. Wait, no, I'm not up for that. Wait, laugh at me too.
I mean, so that we can
Wait.
appreciate you together.
Uh-huh. Laugh at you too is crazy.
Oh my gosh, you don't understand how much fun this is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you've gotta brew a haste potion right now and come over here with like a really good shovel. I'll try and save some for you.
It's like no, you enjoy it. It's okay. Okay, I have a book I need to read a sec. But you enjoy your sand digging, and then I'll.
No, I will. This
it
is
should be
fun.
as long this time.
You're
But
missing out, Luki.
no, enjoy. I mean, didn't you also place all the sand? So like,
Yeah, well, Amesy did, but this is so much fun.
wait, Amesy placed the sand,
Yes.
and then Roz retaliated by doing the glass to Yellow Castle.
Yeah,
That's
no,
green.
isn't that crazy?
What did I miss?
No, I know, it's actually wild. Like, it's wild to think about.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll be. I don't know how long I'll be. I'll be a minute. I shouldn't be too long.
All right,
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Chat, this is so much fun. Like, I'm not even joking. This is so much fun. Gosh, it reminds me of those little bubble popping machines There's little things that are like bubble wrap, but it's like you can pop them over and over again. Oh. I'm back, chat. Sorry, but what was I talking about before I left? Oh yeah, oh, this is so much fun. Gosh, why is this so much fun? I don't know why, but it shouldn't be this much fun, but it is. There's like something about it I can't put my finger on. Oh my flipping gosh. I love it. It's so satisfying. It just deletes out of existence. Lucy, come here. Gosh, this reminds me of like a fidget spinner. It's like I'm getting the same vibes. Lucy, come here. Getting all the sand. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that one game. Have you guys ever seen Pressure Washer Simulator? That's what this feels like. I played that once. Oh my gosh, for like 5 minutes. That's what this feels like. Oh my gosh. Okay, somebody make this on Game Maker. I want a pressure washing simulator, but it's you like cleaning up sand in structures with a really OP shovel, and the whole game is just you like doing this, because this is awesome. Oh my gosh. Should we play that? That sounds like so much fun, actually. I'm good to be honest, chat. This is really fun. Okay, I think I'm gonna go download Pressure Washing Simulator. Hold on, hold on, chat. This is really fun for some reason. I'm actually vibing so hard. Is there a multiplayer version you guys know about? I need to do it right now. Especially after like placing the sponges to try and like delete the water. You know what I'm talking about? That was so obnoxious and hard to do. That this is like so awesome in comparison to like that huge nightmare or hassle. Check out the DLC. Lucy, what are you doing? Hey, come here. Ooh, hold on 1 second, chat. There we go. This literally is like Pressure Washing Simulator. Someone keep track of how much time this takes us to do. I'm just curious if our timing was accurate. I feel like it was, but also they did clear up some of it, so it could be that our time was a little bit off. I like how the sand falls, and I have to go and get it again after the fact. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like you clean it, but then it falls back into place, so you go back to the spot. It's like, oh, didn't clean it enough. I feel like Foolish is missing all the pranks, chat. He's missing the one, he missed the one we did with the thing, where we put the pink shirt on. He missed the sands. I feel like there was another he missed. He missed the 2 chairs. He missed the rainbow glass. Honestly, though, that's kind of funny, though. Like, coming on and not seeing the glass makes it like it never happened, you know, if you weren't here for it. Not seeing the sand kind of makes it like it never happened. Yeah, this is awesome. Look at this. How much time do we have? Oh, fudge, only 4 minutes. So chat, I think my 30-minute estimate may have been on point with this. I think this is a 30-minute project. To clean up at least. How long did we spend placing it? Anyway, I always say, chat, if you do a prank on somebody, you have to be willing to help clean it up. Food for thought. If you do one. Food for thought. Did you run ads? I did not run ads. At times, see you in 30 seconds. Yeah, no, I was literally gonna spend the next like 8 hours or more like cleaning the tub hole. I'm so glad the admins world edited away. But wouldn't you guys have loved a tub hole cleaning stream? 8 hours of cleaning the tub hole? Would you guys have enjoyed that? I feel like you guys would have been partial to that. Here, Lucy, come here. Could you imagine? You could be a chat. All right. Lucy? Yeah, at midnight and eating at blank, huge time difference. Oh! What was that? Oh, flowers. Okay. Oh, we found our first turtle, chat. Come here, Lucy. Stop it. I think I'll save that for the very end. We'll just do this part first. I want to do it before the, what do you call it, runs out, the haste potion. I feel like it'll become a lot less enjoyable. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Lucy, what are you doing? There. Anyway. Hormone time. Have you guys heard this song? Usually I play it too quiet. What is the name of it? It is called Exits by Felix John Assen Crew. It's a sped up version, apparently, for whatever difference that makes. All right. So shiny. Chat. It really is like pressure washing simulator. Like, it's verbatim, this is actually pressure washing simulator. Okay, I want a build. Lucy, come here. Okay, I want to build. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna, on Game Maker chat, I'm gonna make a map that you, the way it'll work is you'll be given a shovel. and you'll be able to like basically like mine sand instantly. And I'll build a really nice like build, and you'll just be able to go brrr, like down it, and you'll be responsible for like cleaning the whole thing. Like I want it, chat, so bad. We gotta make that. Like that's so cathartic for me. I did not realize how much fun that was gonna be. That was so much fun. Like genuinely. Oh my gosh. I loved it. Okay. Food for thought. We could probably do that now. Can we also have cool dinosaurs to unearth? Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, chat. How long did that take? Out of curiosity. What do you guys think? That took like 32 minutes. Or not even 30 minutes, am I right? Dang, it looks great. 30 minutes and I think 45 seconds. And it was fun. Okay, no memes, chat. We're actually gonna go do that. Like no dice. We're actually gonna flipping do that. We are going to make a Game Maker game. I still want to finish the one map. Dipper, thank you for the reminder. I have not forgot about that. Oh man. Took Pangy 3 hours to clean up the cathedral. Yeah, but let's be real, chat. Cleaning up water takes so much longer than cleaning up the cathedral. First, cleaning up water takes so much longer than digging sand. Like, genuinely. Like, this is so much faster to clean up, so. The poor pangolin was losing his mind so many times. Nah, I feel yum. One. Come on. There you go. Water is such a hassle. He wouldn't quit until it was all done, bless him. Aww. That's Pangy for you. You guys know he was the second person in green, first person to join green. It was super sweet. Pangy is a sweetheart. Pangy is a sweetheart. We love Pangy here. Anyway, good with that. Someone said, Excuse me, Trump. Someone said, are we done? No, we are not. We're missing something. I'll just use this. Lantern? We need to make a lantern, chat. Which means we need one torch. Thank you, torch. I'm gonna borrow this. Whee! Okay. Now, let's relight it back up in the spots that the sand means. Don't leave a job half done, chat. Hmm. Okay. I like this. I like this. No! Well, I can still kind of see the shadows anyway. That one's lit. There we go. Outside of here. Right here. Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Interesting. I am impressed, chat. There you go. Okay, what do you guys think? That was honestly more fun. GG chat, we did it. Let's go! Ah! What the muffin happened here, chat? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think that might be an accidental break, chat. Oh, hold on, chat. Oh, so frustrating. Oh. Forgive me, chat. I was eating my sandwich. No! Guzzy! Where is the carpet? Guzzy! You had one job! Guzzy ate the carpet chop. I'll be honest, chat. I do not remember how this looked. Was it like this? Yeah, it might have been Blackstone. Hold on. I'm torn. I don't remember, chat. Was it like that? Or was it like that? There we go. Okay, that looks normal. Let's check the front. What do you guys think? Yep, that looks right. Okay, I am content with how that looks. Okay. Now there's only one thing left to do, chat. Here's the $1,000,000 question, though. How will we do this? Here we go. Come on. Come on. Nope. Come on. There we go. Now we need a name tag. And well, it's not quite the same. Yeah, to be fair, the OG one was kind of glitched in the wall. T-Gueth. And I don't think we can put this one in the wall. There might be a way to do it. Yeah! T-Gueth, the flying pig. I love it. It's back! And now I can reasonably say, chat, that the prank has been successfully cleaned up. I am content again. Go closer so I can see the name. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go! Springy pig! Bum, bum, bum. Mm. 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 I love it, chat. Hmm. Hmm. Ah! What the fudge? Do you want me to get it? Here, I'll get one. 1 second. Is it just me, or do they bounce more when you're right next to them? Like, it felt like when I was further away, it felt like, you know what I mean? Hmm. There we go. Here we go. Boop. Hmm. 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 Thank you, chat. Sandwich done. All right. Hmm. Ah! Hmm. 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 There we go. Okay. We are officially cleaned up. Hmm. You think the cathedral lights are still cut? Let's go check on them. Pangy would be happy to get the Pope back. I didn't put the Pope there. So I don't know. I don't know what. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what it said. Should we just put a tiny pig there and name it? What was it named? Chat, do you guys remember? Ooh. Hold on one second. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. I feel like we're missing some water in here. I feel like this is pretty good for now. Unique mode won't let us. What is unique mode? What are you talking about? Unique mode. What is unique mode? The underside of the balcony definitely needs some form of covering. You're correct. It does need some form of covering. Right here. see. Maybe we, no. We should keep it as thin as possible. Okay. I have T-Goose. Don't listen to Murmur. Murmur says no. I totally did. Oh. My gosh. Why is there a book by Watermunch in here? Ugh. To read or not to read? You guys see that? Oh. Don't know, chat. Do we do? I don't know. I kind of don't want to read it today. But won't water be back tomorrow? Potentially. I don't know. Lucy, come here. 1 second, chat. Lucy, come here. Come here. The book and maybe find out. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not gonna read it right now. Sorry, chat. I'm just not in the book reading mood. I don't know, chat. I don't know. What do you think, Guzzy? We'll just sort of hold on to that for now. I don't know. Can't bring myself to that. Hey, Bad, love your character and character development. Really enjoying the storyline, even if we don't get to scramble AMZ's brain. That would have been fun. Chat, let's go ahead and just chat for a little bit. We'll take a little mini Q&A. Go ahead, fire away, chat. Little Q&A, we can just chit chat. Yeah, sure, fire away on anything. We'll just chill. I mean, within reason, chat. What did you have to eat for dinner? Last night, I had a turkey sandwich. It was pretty interesting. What's gonna happen with AMZ's broken deal then? That is a great question. I feel like something needs to happen.
Quack.
I was gonna ask the winning lottery numbers. I don't think I have those though. Right now, at least. Maybe someday. Does Lucy have a favorite toy she plays with? Yes! My socks! She eats my socks. That is what she likes to play with. Is your wall green? What? No. What are you talking about? Are you really Badboyhalo? No. I am a figment of your imagination, Dipper. I'm just kidding. I am Badboyhalo. Did you build the church? Which church? Are you talking about this one? Yes. It's a cathedral. Have you seen any funny documentaries lately? I did see one. I cannot talk about it on stream because it is a sensitive topic. It was interesting. It was about a topic that I've seen a lot of documentaries on, but this one approached a very specific part of it, and it was wild. I couldn't believe it. Like stuff I'd never known about. Like that felt like I should have known this at some point. I learned about. It blew my mind. Are you an AI? No, I am not an AI. Current anime you're watching. Okay, I am watching. Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't share this. Okay, guys, I don't recommend this anime. It is extremely inappropriate. Okay? But it is called Undead Unluck. It has very inappropriate things that, unless you're an adult, I don't think you should watch it. I don't know what the age I would restrict someone to watching it on, but it's not for kids. And it's really weird. It's good, but bad. In like a good way, but like a bad way. But it's also like, it's a really good anime. Do you plan on starting a sub server? I'm thinking about it. Would you guys like that? First things first, I gotta set up the sub Discord. Speaking of which, I was gonna message someone about that. I think it'd be nice to have a sub Discord. That way I could have a place to shoot you guys messages. That way you guys don't just have to sit there and wait for the start of my stream. So I can relay things directly to you. Food for thought. Sub server. Foolish did it for like a week and it was really fun. I think a sub Minecraft server could be cool. I've been meaning to see Free Run, but haven't found the time for it. It's really good. You should consider it. Plus, the Discord you have right now is a bit outdated. It needs a bit of an update, Colbert. You are not wrong about that. Well, it's very cluttered, but I think a sub-specific Discord, specifically for subs, would be very, very worth the effort. So that's something we're going to do. Are we ever going to play Marbles again? Yes. Well, it's funny, chat. We have something that I've been working on for a while that we're almost to the release of. Well, but I think it's going to take a little bit longer than I thought. So what we're going to do instead is I'm going to do something that's more shorter term, but will be faster to do while I still set up the other thing. I've been basically trying to... Anyway, I'll tell you more later. I think you'll like it. If you were planning to move Amesy's memories of Ross to someone else, who would you move them to? I was thinking for me, I would do the thing that's the most fun. Like, funny. So imagine if all of a sudden, like, Ross was like, instead of being like, oh, I feel like picking someone who, like, Ross would, like Tina. Imagine, like, moving Amesy's, like, feelings of Ross towards, like, Tina. And all of a sudden, like, it's like a double whammy. Someone who Ross really likes, Tina is just, like, Tina's like, what? And then Ross is like, what? And then Amesy's like, what? Everything's fine with me. Like, oh, it would be really funny to do. So, like, So it's like you're taking, in other words, so imagine like, so say you have a fond memory of a friend, right? Who you like went to the beach with, hung out with, had a birthday party for, but instead all of a sudden that memory was replaced with somebody else. And now all of your memories are really of a different person, even though those are not real. That's sort of the twist. So it's not like you're taking the memories and moving them to someone else. It's you're shifting who they're about. And then you could do like the other thing. So imagine it's like, okay, now Amesy would see Ross in the way that Amesy sees Tina, for example. When are you gonna try Project Sekai Colorful Stage featuring Hatsune Miku? That's crazy. That's actually terrifying. I got the idea from someone brought this up to me once recently. They said, how do you know that you are not just... How did you know you didn't come into existence 5 minutes ago? Right? How do you know that? Like, and the answer is you don't know that. So realistically, like, if someone came up to you, like, let's say someone came up to you right now, IRL, outside of this being science fiction, let's say someone came up to you right now and said, oh my gosh, all your memories you have of this particular person are not real. I'm actually your bestie. They're not, right? And like, they tried to tell you that, but you're like, whoa, I don't have any memories of you. You know what I mean? Like, that would freak you out. You'd be like, what the fudge? Outside of the fact that you'd be like, okay, this person's crazy. But I'm saying, assuming that person wasn't crazy, you might be like, whoa, this is weird. I know because my pizza pockets were in the air fryer 10 minutes ago. Dagira, have you remembered to save the VODs or did you give up? I have not given up. I have them. I've just been busy and I've had things come up that have like, and once like something occupies my mind, like last night chat after stream, like you guys don't even understand, like midstream chat, I'm like playing the Among Us lobby and I pull open like Twitter and I'm reading through Twitter and I was so confused. I was like, what are people talking about? So I had to like, after stream, I literally spent like the first like 4 or 5 hours after stream just like talking to people. So, and then I was like, okay, well, I gotta talk to them tomorrow. And then like, I just read Twitter after that and I was like, well, fudge. Okay, well, I'm gonna talk to them tomorrow on stream, so. Okay. But, on Twitter during stream, rude, I'm sorry. It's a bad habit. I was dead in Among Us. What was I supposed to do? Okay, the chat messages on the VODs, we're gonna go through and save them. So you don't have to worry. I know, it is, Zora, it is. It's one of those things where like, and I feel bad, obviously, for you guys, because I wasn't paying attention to the chat as much, so I can't tell if you guys are expressing that you're upset. I can't really tell what you're upset about midstream. Like, so I wasn't picking up on any of the context clues when you guys were expressing your emotions in the chat and I was really confused. I was like, maybe they were upset that I died. I keep dying in Among Us. I was like, okay. Bye, T-Goose. See ya. Can we please? Oh my goodness. What was the website I was doing this on, actually? So it's really cool, chat. On the website, I can overlay some stuff. Can you please say Wonderhoy in the most cheerful tone possible? You asked me that yesterday, by the way. You asked me that yesterday. Why do you keep asking that? What does that mean, chat? Chat, that's not like a bad thing, is it? Like, what does that mean? Is that just a word? Or is that a meme? Thank you for addressing a bad. Genuinely, I hate whenever controversy happens because it often feels like I can't really have a streamer I can enjoy. As something popping up. I think if you watch any streamer long enough, I think you could find a million reasons to not watch them. So I feel you. But I think it's one of those things that I have to get over my anxiety of communication. I don't know why it's easier to talk to you guys when I'm sitting on Guzzy.
Quack.
No, that's fair, Tizcat. If you mean with the one book, yes, he's gonna read it. We do really appreciate it, though. I enjoy chatting with you. I also... Moral support camel. We love the moral support camel. I don't care if it pops up as long as it's handled correctly. They prove to do better. Thank you, computer. I think things like that are a process, though. It's a difficult process. I can't go into why it's difficult for me about particular subjects without saying things that I just don't want to share with you guys right now. But just take my word that it's a very difficult process for me to delve into specific subjects. So if it ever feels like I'm evading a topic, there might be a reason for that. It may be as personal to me as it is to some others. If you're reading between the lines on that. That's all I'm saying there. Anyway. Food for thought. Ice cream! Ice cream! Sorry, chat. But it's a relatable topic, I think, to a lot of people. Food for thought. Anyway, where were we? What were you talking about? We were talking about something else. Do you have a favorite number? If so, why? 14 has become kind of my new favorite number, but 7 is like a close second because it's Skeppy's favorite. But 14 is like my favorite number, but that's also related to Skeppy. It wasn't really my favorite number, but the fact that it became a meme sort of made it my favorite number. Guzzy, what do you think? Okay, Murmur, I'll run as. Had time. Is Skeppy going on the realm? Ugh. I am so tired of playing on servers without Skeppy. The next server I join will have Skeppy on it. I literally refuse to play on another SMP without him. I am just, like, sick and tired of playing without Skeppy. You know the first SMP I played on was with Skeppy. Do you know that? No, not the Dream SMP. It was the iDots SMP. That was the first SMP. My favorite number is 47, only because I have the faint memory of some character saying 47. Do not remember where it's from. 42 used to be my favorite number. Have you guys seen the movie Never go anywhere without a towel. Gosh. Hitchhiker's Guide, that's it. Have you ever seen it? Okay, hands down, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the weirdest movie I've ever seen in my life. And I was really confused by it when I first watched it. It does not follow typical movie story structure at all. So food for thought. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Bad, where is the weirdest or funniest place a wandering trader has ever found me? On the roof of the cathedral. One found me up there before. That was pretty weird. I was AFKing one night and he just appeared there. And I heard, huh? Huh. I turned around and there he was. I was like, hello? He's like, huh? 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 Does anyone know how the villager sound was made, out of curiosity? On Munchie, I have a flying island base that sometimes the wandering trader appears with their llamas. And I'm like, how did you get here? I treat wandering traders as basically they are lead sources. Oh, no, chat, I have a bone to pick. With the update, they made leads easier to craft. What the fudge? Why would they do that? What's the point in slimes now, aside from like redstone? Like now it's just string. The new lead recipe is just string. Like I understand it. I don't think they should do that, chat. I understand adding recipes for items that couldn't be made. I don't agree with changing classic recipes. I 100% disagree with that. Imagine tomorrow they changed like the chestplate recipe. They're like, guys, it takes too much diamond to make the chestplate. We removed the one right below. Like, then your reflexes, everything is off. I just, ugh. It was fine. It was fine. They should have left it alone. Leave it alone. Saddles being craftable. I love that, actually. The recipe, I don't love that. That doesn't make any sense. Why iron? I guess maybe for if you have a real saddle, it does have a lot of metal in it. So that makes sense, kind of. I didn't even know you could make them. I fully thought the only way to get them was murdering llamas. You can make them, but you are not alone in that. I didn't find that out until, I think, 2 years after leads were added. I think I was killing one. And whoever I was with was like, whoa, why'd you kill that wandering trader? I'm like, oh, we need the leads. Don't you want to like bring some cow? We got to get some cows over here. They're like, bruh, you can make those. And I was like, what the fudge? Anyway. Bad, have you listened to the new music disc? If not, can we listen now? Is there a new music disc? And what is it? So question about Tier Bad is, has he mentally snapped before he learned of Water's death? I'm curious to know what Tier Bad has in store if he had mentally snapped and now he would go about it. Would he return to an alcoholic? I think Tier Bad became an alcoholic, getting into the meta question. I think he became one because of the loss he had felt. So if we're drawing like, it's not so much a circle of emotions, chat. right? Like, it's not like, oh, he lost Pangy and Foolish forgot him and all this stuff. No, he's alcoholic. Okay, now he's past that. Now he's come back around. And it's more like a line. He's through it, and now he doesn't, like, he's on the other side of it. He's now sitting there going, like, I don't care anymore. I think that's more where he's at. He's sort of at the acceptance stage of you lose people. So in other words, here's the way I envision his arc. I envision his arc of he's gone through it, and then the QSMP and the eggs and raising kids changed his perspective. And he came back into the realm with that fresh perspective. So in some senses, it is a circle. He came back into the realm with this fresh perspective, but now he's learning again why he doesn't form attachments. Because ultimately, it always ends the same. So that's the way I view like the character's journey. So the character's journey in the KSMP was much more about like learning to be open and accept, you know, that openness. Whereas this is more like the opposite. It's sort of like an inverse of that. Now, how it will end is up for debate. Will it end at a positive note or a negative note? Who knows? Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 are releasing soon. Do you plan on playing those when they come out? It's okay if you don't want to, just asking. Yes, I do. I am actually really hyped for that. Just food for thought. I'm very hyped. Oh, hold on. How much? Wait, hold on. How much stuff does the cathedral need for it to be done? It's basically done. It's literally done, and I'm currently prepping the cathedral's arc. The cathedral's going to have an interesting story to it. That, if it works out appropriately, is going to be awesome. I'm super hyped. I'm so hyped, chat. I think you're gonna love it. Food for thought. Any other questions? I'm still reading. Oh, I'm sorry you had a bad day. I might be able to sing it later. Oh, I'm so sorry. Honestly, I need someone to sing it to. I don't really have anyone to sing it to. I don't think Guzzy wants to hear it right now. But I will save that for tomorrow, though. But you can look up a time of me singing it on YouTube. I will never get my lore question answered. I'm sorry if I missed it. Bad, last year on your birthday, I donated $15 for a lore question that you missed, but you got nuked by the admins. I never got it answered. What is your lore question? If you could come back as any animal when you unalive, what animal would it be? Lucy, because I spoil her and she has the good life, and all she does is flipping sleep over there and do nothing. And that dog is spoiled. She eats half of my food, just for the record. Guzzlord's the camel, by the way. Day 1 of the QSMP, you told Coach Karuja that your character was 1,000 years old, but we know he's much older than that. I was wondering, did he mean there's 1K years since the last rebirth? No, the way that he conveyed it was he was just being evasive. So he just said 1,000 years, both to just have it not taken literally, right? In other words, he thought Kukuruchu would just be like, teehee, like, and just kind of move on. Like he thought Kukuruchi would just be like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna like, this is obviously a silly answer, right? So, oh gosh, I miss Kukurucho so much. Did you guys see, have you guys been following Quacky's announcement of his project? I am fascinated to see what he has in mind. He said specifically that it is not, well, actually, he said, just go watch this stream. You can watch it. Food for thought. I have a lore question. Do you have specific lore for the ghosties? Like why we follow you? Why we don't move on? Or do you want to leave? I like leaving lore up to you guys. One of the problems I think storytellers often do is they answer too many questions. And they leave a lot of like exciting exploration that could be done by the community, and they sort of set it in stone. So I'm fine with you guys making your own ghosty lore. In fact, I would even go so far as to encourage it. So yeah, I have to have a headcanon for why you guys exist in the meta, and I have a headcanon, but I also wouldn't be lying if I said I've incorporated some of your own lore into it, if you know what I'm saying. What is the headcanon? I can't tell you, because if I tell you what my headcanon is, it becomes the canon. If I tell you, it becomes the canon. It's not just a head canon, it's canon at that point. Out of character. Okay, out of character. No, okay. Okay, how about this? I will share a couple interesting ideas. One interesting idea that I thought was interesting that someone saw was that you guys are, this is an idea someone shared. I'm not saying this is canon. This is just something someone shared, okay? They said that you guys are souls who it was my job to collect and take on to the afterlife. But because I am not able to go to the afterlife, you guys are just bound to me to follow me on my journey, essentially. Exactly, squatters' rights. You stuck around. And that is a very fascinating headcanon. We got the broken Uber. Versus for other Grim Reapers, it's not really the same thing to them. So in my universe, or the way I view my character chat, I view the Grim Reaper thing is a title that several entities have, right? It's not something that is exclusively unique to my character, Death, right? It's a title that certain characters have within the lore. What is Quada's question? Do you like being the representation of Death on the server and not just a part-time Grim Reaper, since I don't think you've called yourself Death and it's been others calling you that, like with Watermunch? Originally I had some really interesting stuff that I was going to do with that. The problem is, chat, is plans don't typically line up with what you want. So you wind up like, so the PvP meta was really broken, so I couldn't kill everybody, right? No, actually that's not true. The PvP meta was so broken that I kept killing everybody on accident, and I couldn't get any of the purposeful kills that I wanted later on, which really tossed a big monkey wrench in some of the stuff I wanted to do. So I had to shelve like all of that. Because the meta is just not built for PvP. When will we get a revamped chicken tea stream? Possibly. That is a great idea. A chicken tea stream with A. Pierre commenting. I met A. Pierre's said he's married. Yeah, he has. I met A. Pierre's wife, chat. A. Pierre his wife is amazing. He is the luckiest person I think on the planet. She is super sweet and super nice. And I was like, dang, I cannot believe. You know how they say somebody married up? He married like way up. Like, she is so nice. I got to meet her and I was shocked. I was like, wow, she is so nice. How did she marry you? No, I'm kidding. I didn't actually say that, but she is amazing, chat. Super sweet. She has a cooking channel actually, but I don't remember what it was. Are you going to get the Purgatory 2 skin BBH on the Realm at some point? If they ever fix the PvP, maybe. I don't think they will, though. Here's the problem, chat, and this is just, okay, ready, chat? Do you guys notice how toggle PvP hasn't been added yet? All right, watch. It's going to be, like, added tomorrow. But it hasn't been added yet. Most likely, chat, the reason why toggle PvP hasn't been added is because of the way dev branching works. Depending on how they have it set up, like, it's a really easy thing to add. So, the only thing I can think of, chat, is that they want all of the Nirvana people to die before they add it. That's the only thing I can think of. And here's the problem, chat. From a purely meta perspective, Nirvana is super broken to the story, right? So, if Nirvana needs to be removed, I think honestly it just needs to be removed. Like, I think they should just stop beating around the bush and like just remove it. Yeah, I'm saying from everybody. Because it is super broken. I would rather just have them nerf the universe and retcon it than leave it in and have it just be like this thing. You feel me? That is ruining potential story plans. Like, honestly, like, it just needs to be, it needs to get the axe, chat. No more Nirvana for anyone. It's awesome, but it needs to go. And here's the thing, chat. I don't know if you guys have picked up on it. I've tried more often lately when I'm with someone who doesn't have the ability to fly to land on the ground and walk around with them. I made a conscious effort to try and do it. I keep forgetting because it's just really fun to fly around. But put yourself in the perspective, chat, of someone who is not a Nirvana person, and here you're standing there and some dude's flying around you. That just kind of is immersion. I just don't think it's good for immersion. What if Nirvana was linked to the PvP toggle? I just think flight needs to go. I think it just needs to go. Having played with it for weeks, it's fun, it's exciting, it makes builds so much easier, and it's awesome. Please, admins, if you hear one thing, just remove it. Tell us in the Discord that it's awesome. Give us some like compensation for it. 8-hour bonus pass on XP or whatever. Like at our next reset or something like that, double XP boost. but just please remove the flight. It's totally going to be removed in season 2. I 100% believe it will be. But I think I would like to see it removed in season 1 because the season's just going to go out with a whimper instead of a bang if they don't remove it. Would you trade flying for a stack of green apples? No, I love flying. I don't want to lose it, but it has to go for the sake of the story. It is too OP. There's a couple things that need to be tweaked about it, but it just has to go. It's exciting and fun, but just I know some people are working with it at the moment for projects, like for building, and I think they should be allowed to finish their builds, right? Like, yeah, finish your builds, things like that, like go for it. Because, like, if you think about it, people have been like, you know, blah, 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 but outside of that. I saw Tango explain this. Fly should be removed before. He thinks people forget. No, I think I'm on the same page in terms of balance. You feel me? Like, you could let people finish the things, because it is a balance, chat. Like, if you remove it tomorrow, like, I'll give you an example. Let's say Bob, the player, has been grinding for weeks for Nirvana, right? And has been grinding for weeks for Nirvana. Let's just say that happens. Like, someone's been grinding for weeks for Nirvana. And then all of a sudden, chat, while that person is grinding for weeks for Nirvana, it gets removed a day after they get it. Do you see how that would be super frustrating for, like, everybody involved? Like, that'd be really frustrating. I would hate that. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be really annoyed. So it makes sense that if it's removed, it has to be removed at, like, a good opportunity and a right time that balances it out and things like that. So maybe, you know what might be a better approach? Instead of removing it, set a schedule to remove it. Do a big nerf on it first. And then announce, like, hey guys, a week from now, or give it, you know what? That might be the way to do it. Announce, hey everybody, in 1 week, Nirvana is going to be disabled. No one will be able to fly. Honestly, in hindsight, that might be the best way to do it. If they remove Nirvana flight, then they would need to unearth building, so the scaffolding skill becomes useful again. No, I 100% agree as well. That'd be awesome. But anyway, I like it. Like, I understand, like, you ever hear the phrase, chat, have I ever told you the phrase different level, different devil? Have I ever told you that one? Thank you, Doc G, for the 16 months. Thank you, T Goose, for gifting one to HBM26, and Zora for gifting us up. Thank you. And Sasquatch Ever, 3 months. Have I ever told you that one, chat?
Quack.
That's one of my favorites. Different level, different devil. So I'll explain that, chat. Basically, different level, different devil implies at every level or stage in life, success, whether it's like an office, right? Even working at like a McDonald's or whatever, there is things that you are not aware of as you climb up and down different hierarchies in life or whatever that you're not aware of until you're there, right? For example, you're working I remember I worked in a restaurant, chat, and I worked fast food, and I remember just being like, this is the worst thing ever, until I found out what, like, my manager had to deal with, and I was like, man, that job must suck. So, different level, different devil. There's different things, like, where you're at. Problems don't really go away, they just change. So, that's the same thing, I think, with, like, managing something like that, is, from my perspective as a participant, on the realm. Things seem like, oh, why don't they just do this, get rid of this, change this? But from where they're at, they're probably balancing a lot of things I'm not considering. You feel me? That's the thing to think about, you know? Food for thought. Right now, farming is the most useless skill. Farming would be so much more useful if the ability to farm stuff rapidly worked before the end of it. Bad, do you have a favorite artist? If so, who? Starset's my favorite. I've recently been listening to this one song's been stuck in my head. Have you guys ever heard... Hold on, let me pull it open 1 second. Hold on, let me pull it open, chat. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Where is it? Undefeatable. Here we go. Have you guys ever heard of the song Undefeatable? Here, I'm gonna play a tiny bit of it. Have you ever heard that one? Such a great song. I've had that song stuck in my head for literally the past like 7 days. Every time I'm not on stream, I just listen to it. Someone sent it to me. You gotta listen to this song. I listened to it. And I was like, gosh darn, this is really good. It's Undefeatable featuring Kellen Quinn. And it's from Sonic Frontiers. It's really good. I'm hanging on from the other side. You know what I'm talking about, chat? It's so flipping good. I flipping love it. I literally listen to that song so much now. It's in my like top favorite songs now. And I love her voice. Like her voice is so flipping good. It's fire. Alright, next question. I played this Sonic Frontiers demo, but because the lack of extensive tutorials didn't do much more than 1 hour of the demo let you play. Have you heard the other Sonic Frontier songs? I've heard a lot of them. Looking for one as good as that one, but I can't find any. You might, Zora. I think I read. You are correct, Zora. But if they made it so farming is required to harvest crops, that is a great idea. Oh my gosh. Honestly, oh my gosh. Farming, what a great idea, Zora. Try to break crops, you only get seeds and maybe animals to drop meat, and then farmers could be useful to trade with. Okay, Zora, that would be a great way to do it. Have it so that the farming skill is necessary for processing stuff. Like, for example, what if the only way to get so what if, for example, like the cooking skill is the only way to cook beef. If you try and cook it without the cooking skill, you burn meat, right? If you try and harvest, like kill a cow, like think about it like this. If you just went into the wilderness right now and you found a cow and you had no skill on how to butcher it, process it, and you killed it, what would you get? Bones and rotting meat. That's it. You wouldn't even be able to get leather from it, right? Because leather requires you to process things. They should totally make farming, farming should totally be a skill that you have to literally like do and grind. And you can only do like certain things with it. That would be such an awesome way to upgrade it. And imagine like you had to for cooking as well. Like, I'm just thinking how cool that would be. you try and cook like a food, and if your skill is too low, it just comes out as rotten flesh, like you burned it or something like that. Or charcoal, it just comes out as charcoal. And you're just like, dang it! Gosh, that's a really good idea, Zora. Need another to balance, so instead of farming, you can have another skill, but it locks farming. Yes, fishing and farming could be cool balances. See, but here's the thing, Colbert. That might actually drive people to... That could actually drive people, chat, to fishing. In other words, people might actually choose fishing because they feel like it's fishing or farming and you have to pick one or the other, right? It might be the only way to get fish. What if you literally kill a, like, think about it. If you kill a fish in the wild, what if you just get like rotten meat? I feel like you should, every fish you kill should just give you rotten meat. Your mining level's too low when you mine diamonds. You should just get like, I don't know what you should get, but you shouldn't get a diamond. Diamonds should be impossible to get without a high enough mining skill. That's like, at least in terms of, what do you call it? Gosh, that would make it so much more awesome. I would love it if they locked like so much of that behind stuff. It would be so sick. If someone made a mod like that literally you cannot do skills like you, like something like very, very RuneScape-y. I'm just imagining playing something like that with Skeppy, how crazy that would be. Like imagine like, alright, like imagine playing something that was such a hardcore farming simulator, like with Skeppy, and just Skeppy and I have mods loaded up and we're just trying to survive the farm. You know what I'm talking about? Like Skeppy and I on a farm, just trying to survive the farm. You know what I'm talking about? That would be so flipping awesome. Should we look up farming mods? Because I'm just thinking there's got to be someone who's done that. Let's look it up, chat. Ultimate farming simulator mods. Minecraft. Let's see if they exist, chat. Alright. To create an ultimate farming simulator in Minecraft, you'll need to combine mods that add new crops, animals, farming mechanics. Okay, there's one called Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis Minecraft. Let's look this up, chat. Photosynthesis Minecraft. Would you guys like Skeppy and I to play a horror mod pack? Or would that be too scary of a mod pack to do? Enhance your Minecraft world with the Photosynthesis mod and explore new horizons in farming, cooking, and survival. New culinary tools, cooking and automation, new recipes, fluid processing, extensive variety, plant 97 new crops, seasonal changes. Embrace the changing seasons as crops, trees, and foliage adapt to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This sounds like fun. Animal care and enhanced meat drops. Keep your livestock alive by providing them with food and water, and in return, they'll reward you with a variety of meat cuts. I want something to be like so insane, chat. Like it has to be insane. Crop mutation / breeding. Fudge, I almost knocked my water on. Or off. Sorry, got a little sidetracked. I want to do that now. I feel like Skippy and I would have so much fun with that. Hold on, I gotta write down this idea. Okay, I love this idea so much. Farming and horror. Okay, I wrote that down, chat. I love it. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Bum. Hold on, I'm reading this.
Ding 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 ding.
Uh-oh. Guzzy, look out! Guy's acting weird, chat. You noticing that? Strange. You okay, Guzzy? How's your health at? Okay. That was a blatant assassination attempt. There we go. Sorry, chat. Zora, thank you. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. Bye, Zora. Thank you for the 9 gifted. Have a good day, Zora. Bye. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Zora. Ah. Zora. Ba, 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 ba. Hmm. Sorry, chat. I'm just thinking to myself. I'm looking at the mod pictures. Forests look different with different things. Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Bum 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 bum. Hold on, chat. Well, just wanted to even out my gifted. Got a new badge. I will go to sleep now. My phone is fully charged now. Good night and have a nice rest of the stream. See you when I see ya. And Bad, you'll always have my support because you're a genuine person. I know you never mean any bad things. You have my trust. I appreciate that, Zora. You're very sweet. Bad, if you had a cat, how would you call it? I would call it, I don't know, Guzzy 2. There you go. Ugh. So frustrating, chat. What are your plans for your QSMP character before the eggs appeared? That's a good question. Actually, that's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know if I had ironed out. That was like 2 weeks into it, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I had ironed out the whole situation. Anyway, that is a good question. Are you going to see her more about the kids or have any lore streaming, including Lumi and Shade? Or is it not up to you? I would love to do that. It's a great question, Serena. But it's a tough one. Oh, chat. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go this way real quick. Oh my gosh. It's beautiful, chat. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. What the fudge? This is also horrifying at the same time. Why would they blow it up? What the fudge? Who blew it up is a better question. It's a beautiful hole, but what the fudge, chat? Oh my gosh. This is definitely Ross character growth, though. Holy crap. I'm assuming Ross did this. I doubt Amesy would do it. I doubt it'd be Zam, but holy muffin. Terraforming? Oh my gosh. I am actually shocked. This is actually the literal, like actually, what the fudge? I'm actually shocked, chat. I'm at a loss for words. Maybe someone sneezed too hard. Oh my gosh. It was the most beautiful build on the server. I'm actually shocked right now, chat. I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. I'm actually so shocked, chat. I'm literally I can't believe this, chat. I'm so shocked. I just have no words, chat. Well, it looks like they're fixing the landscape, but oh my gosh. It's just a giant crater, chat. Oh man, I wonder who did it. I wonder why they did it. Honestly, it is kind of beautiful, chat. A giant crater is kind of a beautiful thing. Just at the same time, holy crap. It was such a beautiful castle. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that, chat. Maybe Fit will come back now that it looks more like 2D2T. Maybe. Oh no, Fit's dumpster! No! No! Well, so that's Realm Season 1, guys. What'd you think? No, I'm just kidding. Wait, the bedrock survived? Where is it? Where is it? Point it out. Hold on. Wait. Okay. It's like a Where's Waldo chat. Okay, here we go. Let's look for... Okay, it should be, if I think about the pathing, it should be right about, I think that's it. Right about there. Oh, there it is, chat. How will Foolish feel about this? If I'm being 100% honest, chat, I don't think Ross will blow it up without Foolish, like, out of character, Foolish knowing. So, I think my guess is all the yellow members were aware that this is going to happen. Interesting. That is fascinating. Wow. Should we go lore it up, chat? I guess we can lore it up. Let's go lore it up for a little bit. 1 second. Hi to Amesy. Your eye is broken. That's wild. Yeah, I know I'm in a group.
Bagheera was just on. I think
Really?
you missed her.
Bagheera was here and did this?
Yeah, did you AFK for a second or something? Like,
You know
Bagheera
what?
Was just here.
I might have missed it.
her.
I
Yeah,
might have missed
honestly.
it.
It's actually crazy. I don't even I can't even begin to explain what she's on a rampage on it. Someone needs to stop her. Yeah. Oh, ow. That hurt me. Ow.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's a crazy day.
So, Bagheera did this? All of this?
When am I dying? Oh, there we go. Wait, what?
That's crazy. Bagheera, why?
Wait, what?
What?
What? Are you watching this?
Yeah, what is this?
What in the?
Are you doing this?
No, I'm not.
Oh my goodness, look, there's a giant sphere down there.
There's a meteor!
A meteor did it. Oh my gosh, a meteor.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
A meteor hit the castle. This is really bad. Oh, someone needs to tell Yellow Faction.
It's just like the one that hit the blender, only even larger.
This is awful. I'm gonna wait. I need to tell them.
No, you gotta tell them. Oh my gosh, that's flipping awesome. Wow, holy fudge. I'm actually shocked right now. I can't believe this. Bagheera threw a meteor into Yellow Castle chat. Okay, actually though, what the fudge happened? My guess is that was a keeper building the dirt bridge. Wow. I'm actually shocked, chat. I did not see this coming. Sounds like Bagheera is in control of meteors. Can you say hi to Mikoni and to Kenya? Hello. Mikoni and Kenya. Hello. I don't know, but I am genuinely shocked, chat. I am genuinely shocked. Like, I'm actually surprised, chat. This is mind-blowing. Holy crap. Man. I am actually shocked right now. I just cannot believe it. You know what they say, chat? Waste not, want not. Can't they rebuild it? Maybe they will. Honestly, I could see it being kind of a cathartic thing, chat. Destroy the castle to rebuild it. I remember Ross saying she wasn't happy with Yellow Castle at one point. So maybe that's what this is, chat. The opportunity to break it and then come back later. You know what I mean? Like, it's gone. It's just a giant pit, and maybe build something new, right? I don't know. That's flipping awesome, though. Yeah, like maybe a spirit Halloween. Oh man, this is the second shocking thing. Oh my goodness, should we warn Amesy about that? Maybe we should. You know what? I'm gonna warn Amesy. Tell Amesy I need to warn you about something. Maybe put a big for sale sign there. Is it a meteor? Tell Amesy no. Wow. That is something peculiar. This bit is best saved for VC chat. Oh man. What's going on over there? What is happening over here? We could always open a Costco. Ooh. Foolish login platform. I hope Foolish logs in now. This is actually insane. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this, chat. I'm genuinely in shock. I thought the Yellow Castle would be here for like ever. You think if I ask them, chat, do you think they'll build it 20 blocks further that way though? That way it's centered on the cathedral? What do you guys think? Like when they do the rebuild. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask, right? No, I did run ads recently. Thank you, Murmur. If it annoys you, they will not lol, and I respect it. Honestly, I find it funny. Oh my gosh, I'm so shocked. I'm still shocked. It is such a beautiful castle, chat. Oh well. I mean, it is what it is. Like, if they wanted to get rid of it, like, more power to them. Do we win the castle competition by default, chat? I mean, I feel like we've got to win at this point. Chat, a survivor. Come with me if you want to live. Come on. I'll put you in a safe place. No one would ever destroy the library, chat. I'm feeling that strongly. Alright, there you go. This is wild, chat. I'm just so shocked. Okay, there is literally an invis person here building as well. Is there a snail? Oh man, holy crap, that's awesome. I'm genuinely shocked, chat. I'm so shocked. Should we help? No. I am content to watch chat. I'm just watching them fill it in is kind of interesting. I kind of want to see the before and after later. I'm just genuinely, it's one of those things that I'm just like, I'm totally mind blown. Okay, well, that's fascinating. I enjoyed watching that. Oh my gosh, that is something else, chat. What do you guys think of that? Holy fudge. A giant hole in the ground. BBH, did you have the replay mod rolling? Yeah, but it's way out of distance. So I don't think we were close enough. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I fear for the cathedral at this rate. I don't know. I'm just, it's literally mind blowing. I cannot believe they blew it up. Oh my gosh, I'm genuinely shocked that they blew it up. I don't know what to do, chat. Like, well, no more prank wars for a little bit. Oh man. Oh my gosh, I'm so shocked, chat. No more sleeping in Foolish's bed. No! No! Alright. That was fun though. I did enjoy that. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing it blown up was kind of cool. But in like a sad, cool kind of vibe. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not worried about the cathedral because things only get blown up if people have manners. Correct. Though this chat is why you don't have any precious buildings. This chat is the reason. Feels like the end of an era, not gonna lie. It really does, doesn't it? Like, it's such a crazy thing to see. Should have pranked them by filling their castle with chickens or something. It's genuinely shocking to me. I'm just at a loss. I cannot believe they blew it up. Wait just a minute, chat. Do you think they'll try and blame it on green? Do you think they'll try and blame it on green to start like a conflict? Dad, you should blow up the green base? Nah, you're crazy. Why would I blow up the green base? That's actually, no, you're crazy. That's actually crazy. You're crazy. But here's the thing, chat. Why would there be a giant meteor in the hole? Let's be honest, they will. That would be kind of fun. Could you imagine if they blamed it on green? How awesome that would be. Fascinating, chat. They already blamed it on Bagheera, but I think that's just like a meme story. They're not actually gonna blame it on Bagheera. Like, that would actually be crazy, chat. To actually blame it on Bagheera. It doesn't make any sense at all. Bagheera is the Dan TDM of this server. Oh no. Oh no. No! No! Bagheera! No! Ad time. No! Not the Dan TDM! No! Wait. Hmm. Q&A over? Nah, we can have more Q&A. But I don't know what else we have to do today other than some polishing up of some of the build. But I'm open for more Q&A chat. But we might need to do some additional cleanup of some stuff while we're over here. I think that sounds like kind of fun. I want to move these guys to the island, but not yet. I'm gonna leave this here. What's a good beginner anime? It depends on what you yourself are interested in. Determines whether you're going to enjoy a good beginner anime or not. Oh yeah, I was gonna do something on Game Maker. But I wanted to ask you guys, would you guys like to take a fun little break tomorrow? And we play, what's that one game called that I brought up earlier? I'm gonna download, what's it called? The simulator thing. I can't remember the name of it. Pressure washing simulator. I'll download that. And then do you guys want, we can play it tomorrow. Hmm. Anyway, food for thought. Variety Boy Halo returns. I think it would be kind of fun to take a little reprieve. And maybe have a green team meeting now. I do think we need to have a green team meeting. Also, this looks great. I wish there was a multiplayer power washing simulator. Power washing simulator Steam. Let's see if they have a multiplayer version, chat. Because if they do, I would totally invite. They have online co-op chat. What? Didn't that mean you can play it with people? Oh my gosh. Who should I play Power Washing Simulator with, chat? I'm also shocked, chat. Interesting. Anyway, good for that. Lukey would be funny. Lukey would be funny. Pondering chat. Is it a cheap game that anyone could easily download? Let me check. I don't know about cheap. You can get like a bunch of them for a discount. I think it's free. Oh no, the demo is free. Yeah, it depends on your currency. It is very expensive depending on your currency. Okay. Hold on, chat. Oh, I'm so tempted to hop on. I really want to do like a digging simulator that you just clear sand off of structures, chat. I just want to make something like that on Game Maker now. I'm like, it's stuck in my head. You guys want to help me? I know there's already a digging simulator, but I want to emulate the digging vibe. You know what I'm talking about? Did you warn Amesy? No, I was gonna jokingly warn Amesy. Clean up CTF, add some cobwebs. Yes, kind of like that. We need a build that we can make, chat. We need like a good build that we can add stuff to. So we can do like sand. Hold on 1 second. There you go. You need to finish that too. Hold on. Are there any templates? I'm thinking about it. What would be the best way to do it, chat? I guess we could add a castle and then just cover it with sand. Or like build some sort of house and cover it with sand. What do you guys think? Thank you, Rachel, for the 18 months. Here's 18 months and hope to many more. Hope you and the guys these. Do you guys want to build something and then we'll add sand to it? Okay, everybody join. Here, we're gonna speedrun making a game, chat. This is gonna be a little refresher. Is the code of the paint map usable at all? It should be easy to do. Here, everybody join build battle. Where is it? Alright, join build battle. I'm in it. And then warp to red. Everybody go to red. Okay. This is where we're going to build. We're going to build in here. Okay. So the question is, chat, what by mozzarella would be the most interesting thing / fun thing to do in your guys' opinion, chat? What would be the most interesting / fun thing to do, chat? Like to clean an ancient temple. Yes, like we're digging an ancient temple, chat. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Okay. That's a good one. We're gonna do that. Okay. Go to red. You need to be TP'd. I'll TP you to red. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's build an ancient temple. And then I will code the game really quick. That should be easy to do. Set stone bricks. Mossy cobblestone. Cracked stone bricks. Mossy stone bricks. You need to be voter or higher, seriously. Rank. Fudge. I can't remember what the name is for the rank. You've got to be joking. Okay, 1 second. Stay here. This is actually crazy. Hold on, chat. We got to fix that. By the way. There we go. Okay, we're back. Nope, not here. Eyes closed. Let's go back and see. Okay. We're back, chat. Let's begin our building process. So we will select from here all the way to here. And let's hear what I'm thinking, chat. There we go. Something like that can be the start of our foundation. Okay. Goodbye, Bad. Have a good rest of your stream. See ya. Center gold block. There we go. I guess I don't know how to join. It's munchiemc.com. And just join Game Maker. And then let's do this. Okay. Walls yellow. Any yellow blocks you use, I'm going to replace later. Okay. So just food for thought. Okay, we'll do this here. Stairs. Do. Let's do it like that. There we go. Okay. And now I'm thinking we do like yellow wall. Expand 30. I'm not sure if Bedrock is working right now. It might work in Bedrock. If you're on Bedrock, just food with that. There we go. Okay, why is it so dark? Rotate 90, paste. Oh, uh-oh. Alright. We got the statues. I'm on Bedrock and I'm on the painting map. Let's go. Okay, so what else does this need in order to have it look good? And be ready to go. What do you guys think? Was the IP for the server bad? munchiemc.com. It's over here. I feel like this is too high. So I'm gonna push this down. Come on. Video settings, shader packs. Let's turn these off. There we go. That looks better. Move 15. Okay. We'll do like that height because I feel like that's a little bit better. And then we can do like a staircase. We'll do like 2 blocks actually. Hmm. I don't like that. Hey. What? Okay. Sorry, chat. I just got a lot on my mind at the moment. I'm just thinking to myself. Boy night. The person is leaving. Wait, hold on. There we go. Just like that. Okay, let's see how big that looks. Alright, I like what you're doing, Quada. Go ahead and do that. I think we make this a little bit thicker on the bottom. Huh? Oh, Quada, go ahead and work on it down here, and I'll just stack them down that way. And then we can replace it later. I should be able to world edit some of it. Oh, you guys are still doing it. No. Copy. Flip. I know they're adding customization. Okay, it's fine. What you wanna do? Wanna do? Uh-oh. Most likely cluster. I don't know, today's just kind of a chill day. I think tomorrow will be more of a normal-ish, quote-unquote, day. Okay. So this is pretty straightforward. We got a roof. We can add columns. That is not correct. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, is anyone good at statues? Copy, flip, and paste. Okay, we need a statue right here. There's an old bald short guy who's good at statues. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, fudge. Guys, don't have everybody leave the art gallery, though. I don't want to lose any art. Okay, hold on. I'm going to save this. Thank you, whoever made this little cute little sunflower. I appreciate that. You're too sweet. Wait, what am I doing? Let's go to here. I love how the ghosties are bald like that. Oh my goodness. 160. There we go. Saved, chat. Let's go. That is crazy. Oh no. Wait, did I expand it? I didn't. Oh my gosh. What the fudge? Poor Pangy. Oh no. I love the fact, chat. Aw, thank you, Spoon. That is very sweet. Love you, happy Twitter. Take care of yourself. So true. Ah. Eh. Screenshot. Dear Game Maker and Ghosties, the chaos of the last few days has been a lot. Please, if you need a break, take it. I also like breaks. Thank you, Wolfie. Luna, this is very cute. I like it, by the way. Good. I think it might not be a bad idea, chat, to take a good break. Breaks are good. Which one's the morning? Sunrise. Aw. This is cute. Toothless! Toothless is the best. Food for thought. I love Toothless, chat. I like it. It's cute. Toothless is amazing, chat. This one is pretty cute as well. Random dogs in GeoGuessr can help. Oh, hold on, chat. One second, chat. Someone sent me something. Ah, it's taking forever to open. Ah! Oh, that's cute. I am so hyped for the How to Train Your Dragon movie, chat. Let's go. Very cute. Okay. Thank you. That was very cute. Let's hop back and build. Let's see how much progress they made. I saved the art. No! Friends, where did you go? Did they set up shop? To be fair, guys, I think we might shelve the temple. Here, I'm gonna make a save of it, and we can pick it up later. I think we'll call it for today, chat. It was chill, but we can pick it up tomorrow. Okay, let me save it. Copy, scam, save, temple. So now we have it saved. All right, we can pick it up later. All right. Bye. Bye, chat. I'll see you later. Bye, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm just gonna send you guys off into the wilderness to float and bequeath your destiny. Let me see who's live at the moment. Let's see. Harumi chat is still live from yesterday. I'm gonna raid Harumi. Wait. Okay, I already said Harumi's name, so we'll raid Harumi again, chat. I literally just saw Baji live at the exact same time. But I'm not used to seeing Baji live. But I already said I would raid Harumi, I'm sorry. But Baji is live if you want to go raid with Baji. I miss Baji so much, chat. Okay, going out with Baji. Bye, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, Trapped. Goodbye, everyone. I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for the cute art. I checked it out. You guys are super sweet. I'm gonna go take a breather for a little bit, chat. And I will call you later. Goodbye. Bye for now. Or I will chat with you tomorrow, I should say. See you tomorrow. See ya. Bye-bye. Bye.